Thank you. Good evening and welcome to tonight's special meeting of the Board of Directors of the Midpeninsula Regional Open Space District. So my name is Yoriko Kishimoto, President of the Board. This meeting is being called to order and it is 5:02. It's being held in person here at the Administrative Office and by teleconference pursuant to Government Code Section 54-953. So members of the public are very welcome to participate in person or via Zoom. And if you are by Zoom, instructions for submitting public comments are available on the agenda. So Madam Clerk, would you please call roll?
Director Gleason.
Here.
Director Christine Tucker.
Here.
Director Riffle.
Here.
President Kishimoto.
Here.
Director Holman.
Here.
Director McNiven.
Here.
Director Sear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, we're convened here this evening. The topic for this special meeting at 5 o'clock is the Prisma to the Sea Trail and Parking Area Feasibility Study, Preferred Trail Alignment and Parking Area Conceptual Design. Welcome, staff.
Good evening. I'm Gretchen Louston, Senior Planner. Today's staff are presenting the Prisma to the Sea Trail and Parking Area Feasibility Study. The presentation team also includes Brian Apple, Capital Projects Field Manager, and Mark Brandy from SWCA Environmental Consultants. For this item, the general manager's recommendations are to review and affirm with any final modifications as directed by the board, the findings and recommendations of the Prisma to the Sea Trail and Parking Area Feasibility Study, except the recommended Trail Alignment 1, connector trails A, B, C, and D, trail crossings 1, 2, and 3, and the conceptual parking area design alternative C, as the proposed scope and description to initiate environmental review under CEQA, and to direct staff to collaborate with partners in identifying the lead agency for implementation of Connector Trail D and Trail Crossing 1. So this slide shows an agenda for today's presentation. We will be presenting on both the trail alignment and conceptual parking area design alternatives, as well as the connectors and crossings. We do have a significant amount of material to cover, so we'd like to hold questions for 2 specific times, once after the trail section and then after parking, connectors, and crossings. Okay, so to get going, I'm going to provide a really general project overview. So the Prisma to the Sea project was identified as a priority of the community during the vision plan process and the subsequent MAA bond measure. MidPen's MAA bond language specifically includes the Prisma to the Sea trail and parking area, as well as natural resource protection and land management activities within the preserve. The project was also envisioned as part of the San Mateo County Master Trails Plan. Beyond the MAA funds dedicated to completing this suite of projects, staff has worked to leverage external funds and will continue to do this throughout the next phases of the project. The district was awarded approximately $325,000 from the State Coastal Conservancy to support this feasibility study. So this map shows the project vicinity with the study area along the western edge of the preserve. And actually within a part of the preserve that is not yet open to the public. So this map also shows the existing and planned regional trails in the area. As you can see here, the project is regionally significant for its nexus to so many regional trails, providing a key segment of the Bay to Sea Trail and providing a new coastal trailhead and parking area to Midpen's coastal lands. Specifically, the Parisima to the Sea Trail is envisioned to be a roughly 15-mile regional trail connecting the Parisima Preserve to the San Mateo County coast. The trail will create a critical east-west link in the regional trail network from the Bay Area Ridge Trail to the California Coastal Trail, and again would become a significant portion of the Bay to Sea Trail that POST is evaluating right now. The study area for the Parisima to the Sea Trail connection, which is about 5 miles south of Hackman Bay, is shown in that light purple line. The Bay Area Ridge Trail is shown in gold, and the Coastal Trail is shown in green. So this map zooms into the project study area. So the purpose of the feasibility study is to evaluate the potential for a new trail connecting the existing preserve trail network to the Coastal Trail, and also evaluating a parking area and trailhead. The project also analyzes opportunities for the connector trails and crossings that will be necessary to fully connect to that Cowell-Parisima parking area along the coast. The parking study area, which includes the 2 potential locations close to Highway 1 and Verde Road, are shown as those purple dots. The planning work associated with this feasibility study is framed and informed by a wide array of guiding documents, programs, and plans, including the district's coastal service plan, resource management policies, and the Parisima multimodal access study recommendations. For example, Midpenn's coastal service plan provides guidance related to Midpenn's actions in farmlands, grazing lands, and coastal scenic areas. The Parisima multimodal access study developed transportation demand management strategies to better manage vehicle traffic and improve visitor and neighbor experience. In addition, staff considered the limitations and opportunities associated with trails and conservation easements over parcels within the study area. Finally, regional programs and plans were consulted to ensure that an implementable project was being evaluated as part of the feasibility study. The project team consists of dual leads. So planning staff are leading the evaluation of parking areas, connectors, and crossings outside of Midpenn lands, and land and facilities staff are leading the work on trails within the preserve, as well as also having subject matter experts from engineering and construction, natural resources, and visitor services department within the project team. The work associated with the feasibility study included site analysis, documenting existing conditions and field investigations, and technical studies, and the development of opportunities and constraints analysis, and the project's vision and goals. This information was presented to the board in December 2021. The board approved the vision and goals and provided guidance to staff to consider conceptual parking area designs that would allow for accommodating the Parisima multimodal TDMs. Next, trail alignment options were identified and conceptual parking area design alternatives were developed. These options, as well as the preferred alternatives, were presented to the Planning and Natural Resources Committee in October 2022 and received the committee's support of the preferred trail and parking area design to be forwarded to the full board. Finally, staff evaluated the feasibility of trail connectors and crossings to reach the Cowell-Parisima trailhead and prepared preliminary designs for the trail crossings of Verde Road and Highway 1. This planning study also included significant public outreach, stakeholder engagement throughout the planning process. So just as a reminder, here is the project vision, and I will paraphrase. Realize the decades-long vision to connect the Santa Cruz Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, complete the multi-use Parisima to the Sea Trail connection, improve multimodal access, and develop a parking area using ecologically sensitive design, and in a manner that is respectful of the surrounding coastside communities. And here are the approved goals that were each associated with categories from the opportunities and constraints analysis. develop the Parissima to the Sea Regional Trail to accommodate low-intensity recreation by multiple user groups, providing ecologically sensitive public access to scenic viewpoints, and provide preserve access that incorporates multimodal strategies. Protect and interpret the agricultural and coastal community culture and history. Manage, protect, and interpret natural resources, habitats, sensitive species, and connectivity, and provide public access in an ecologically sensitive manner. Manage the newly open area of the preserve, trails, and parking area to provide a safe visitor and neighbor experience. And finally, continue to foster and develop partnerships to support project approvals and implementation. So we are just about to jump into the project elements, but I want to touch first on the public outreach and engagement process. As part of this process, we facilitated and participated in over 20 engagement events, including both in-person and virtual opportunities. We conducted focused stakeholder meetings with neighbors, hikers, bikers, and equestrians, agricultural community members, and environmental groups, and we facilitated 3 open house public meetings. To reach out to community members who may not be familiar with Mid-Penn, we attended community events like farmers markets and Make It Main Street in Half Moon Bay to share project information. We also mailed meeting notices to coastal bike groups and bike shops that may not be familiar with Mid-Penn. The project team also translated project documentation and outreach materials into Spanish and hosted an interactive site tour and hike with a Spanish-speaking hiking group. Finally, in coordination with the Parissima Multimodal Project team, we released a visitor survey soliciting feedback on desired trail experience, parking lot size preference, configuration, amenities, parking needs, proposed TDMs, and the visitor's likelihood of using them. This table shown here summarizes the key and recurring feedback heard throughout the engagement process. We received comments supporting public access with interest in a parking area design that maximizes parking area capacity and incorporates the multimodal strategies. We heard that the parking area design needs to consider circulation pattern and pedestrian crossings that reduce conflict. There was also interest in alternative crossing designs on Highway 1, including wildlife crossings. Throughout the project, there were general neighbor concerns related to impacts of traffic congestion and the potential for trespassing from the proposed trail alignment onto adjacent private lands. There was significant interest in a multi-use trail as well as purpose-built narrow trails. Due to the length of the proposed alignment, there was also interest in mid-trail facilities. People expressed interest also in loop trail experiences. We received comments that the project should avoid sensitive habitats and prime ag lands, and it should be compatible with the existing grazing operation. Equity was another theme that received interest, interest in the shuttle program, and support for signage and online information available in both English and Spanish. Other comments received were regionally focused, that the project should be compatible with the San Mateo local coastal program, and to note that the proposed Verde parking area is within close distance to the coastal parking area at Cowell, Parissima, and it may be impacted by overflow parking. So next, I'm going to pass it over to Brian Apple, and he is going to talk about trails.
Great. Thank you, Gretchen. Good evening, Board of Directors. I'm Brian Apple, Capital Projects Field Manager in our Land and Facilities Department. And I'll run through our process for evaluating our trail alignment alternatives, and then attempt to provide sort of a feel of what the trail alignments would look like, talk about some of the opportunities and constraints related to each of the trail alignment and to the site itself. And I think one thing just to remind the board about is that we're really looking to connect our existing trail network to our parking location. So using Irish Ridge as our connection point, the focus of this project is to make that connection from Irish Ridge, which is right here, down to our proposed parking area. So our process for evaluating our trail alignment began back in December of 2020. And so our field crews were out evaluating the landscape, looking for control points that kind of control where the alignment could be laid out. Additionally, we did desktop and LiDAR analysis to identify any potential geological constraints. We evaluated these considerations in the field, identifying areas where there are potential landslides or instability in the landscape. And our crew spent many days out in the field scouting these alignment alternatives. They were working consistently out in the field from December of 2020 through the spring of 2021. We worked with our biological consultants, SWCA, to do reconnaissance level evaluations of natural resources along these alternative alignment alternatives. We also engaged with our grazing tenant to understand what some of the considerations for a trail alignment in an actively grazed area. So we did a lot of assessment in the field. And then, so our crew took many data points using our our field maps collector application, collecting data points in real time. And so we collected many data points and kind of reassessed where we're at, and went back and looked at our reports from our consultants and made adjustments as appropriate, given the findings of some of those reconnaissance level evaluations. And that was sort of the process that we used to determine what our feasible alignments are. And so I think some of the primary constraints are on the site is, we have this boundary that you can see here. This is our South Cowell parcel, and there is a conservation easement on this parcel, and that kind of limits the footprint of trails that are allowable within this area. So really, we're looking again sort of for that Irish Ridge to parking area connection. Additionally, we have a lot of sensitive habitats within this area of the preserve. We are within our coastal service plan area. We are in the coastal zone for a lot of this project. We have, Lobitos Creek, which is here, that is critical habitat for the endangered or the threatened Central Coast segment of the steelhead. We have known observations of American badger on site, red-legged frog, amongst many other sensitive plant species and animal species in the area. And I think one thing that's really unique about this project is the transition of habitats. We start in the upper elevations in redwood forest, transition to very rich riparian habitat along Lobitos Creek. And then we pass through coastal sage and chaparral habitats, and through actively grazed pasture in some locations before we transition down to the coastal bluffs on the Cowell-Parisima Trail. So it really provides a rich visitor experience, but we have to thread the needle as far as where we align this trail so that we can balance our conservation grazing and our natural resource protection, as well as some of the commitments that Gretchen talked about with our, respecting our neighbors' privacy and trespassing concerns and such. So to talk a little bit about what we identified as the feasible trail alignments, again, our preferred alignment is shown in purple, and that's alignment number 1, and it incorporates both connector B and connector A trails that provide a shorter loop opportunity coming out of the parking area. So alignment 1 primarily utilizes purpose-built narrow trail construction to provide for that positive user experience. We align much of the trail outside of the South Cowell parcel, so that minimizes impacts with cattle grazing and the public, because we want to minimize the potential for impacts to the grazing operation, but we also want to minimize the cattle impacts to the constructed trail. And as we know, cattle can significantly impact a trail surface without sufficient armoring. Alignment number 2, basically all alignments connect to this gold segment here that runs along Lobitos Creek and ties up to Irish Ridge, and I refer to that as the Irish Ridge Connector Trail. Alignment number 2 was considered the use of the existing ranch road on the property. Now, this alignment is much wider. It's about a 10 to 12 foot wide alignment. It runs the ridge for a lot of its length, and that typically means you have steeper trail segments. So a benefit is that it's existing, right? So it reduces impacts on the coast side, but it runs right through active pasture area for the most part. So it has a more direct impact on our grazing tenant. The user experience is diminished typically because of that wider trail and steeper grades. You have some segments that are 18+%, which is steeper than is ideal. Alignment number 3 would be purpose-built trail as well, that narrow kind of 4-foot width trail alignment. And this would be the longest segment at 2.5 miles of trail, and it intersects at this location here with alignment number 1. So the challenges with alignment number 3 is that right coming out of the parking lot, you have a steep face and you need to switch up that slope. That produces a visual cut that would be visible from Highway 1. So you do have visual impacts, which our coastal service plan kind of guides us not to impact open slopes with cuts that are visible. The rest of the alignment primarily runs through open pasture. The impact on the grazing program is more significant as compared with alignment number 1, as well as the trail cost goes up for an alignment that runs through active pasture, because we would need to armor that segment of trail with anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rock, depending on the underlying geology. So that increases the time and material cost to build the trail segment like that. Additionally, it runs in close proximity to stock ponds that are actively used by the cattle and also provide for habitat for species like red-legged frog. And so those are some of the characteristics that directed us to focus on alignment number 1 as our preferred trail alignment. All alignments have components of new trail construction and utilize some existing routes, which again, our coastal service plan guides us to utilize existing routes whenever they're feasible. However, we have focused on the visitor experience by identifying opportunities for new trail construction that adhere with modern trail construction practices. And so I'm going to move on to our next slide, which we prepared a trail grade map to kind of show the comparisons for all 3 trail alignments. And so just to orient the board, areas in dark green are 0 to 5% trail grade. Areas in that lighter green are in the 6 to 10% grade. Areas in orange are 11 to 15%, and areas in red are 16 to 20%. And typically what we target when we're aligning purpose-built trail is that 8% average grade. And this is all from data actually collected in the field from our field staff. So we actually have data points to reference to build this map out. And so you can see that most of the purpose-built trail for alignment alternative number 1 is in that less than 10% trail grade. And again, we're targeting 8% up to 10%. Occasionally, we'll exceed those thresholds when necessary to accommodate a natural resource concern or a geological consideration. You do see segments where we have existing routes where it is a little bit steeper. You will see, one of the recommended inclusions in the loop opportunity here. This ranch road here is, in that 11 to 15% with definitely 15% grades as you're climbing up that segment and that wide route. But it is an opportunity to provide a loop right out of the parking lot, with the segment right along Verde, providing for a more narrow trail experience. However, it's right next to the road, but it will help us to keep people off the road if they're coming to park at our parking area and utilize the Cowell Purisima Coastal Trail. Some
Excuse me,
other areas.
Kishimoto, President Kishimoto, this is Zoe.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't raise my hand, but I
My apologies.
I would really like to hear a definition of purpose-built trail. I'm hearing that buzzword quite a bit and saw it in some comments, but I'd like to know exactly what that means.
Sure. So that would mean adhering to our trail construction practices. And in this situation, it would be a approximately 4-foot wide trail that's built in a sustainable manner to drain appropriately and provide for a positive visitor experience. So it's when we typically build trail at our 4-foot width, that's how I would define purpose-built trail. And Director Kirsten Tucker, let me know if you're looking for more parameters than that.
Is this a widely held definition?
That's a good question. I mean, that's what I think of when I think of purpose-built trails. I don't know that it's the distinct definition of purpose-built, but that's sort of how I would describe it.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So the segment that connects from the alternatives to Irish Ridge does utilize some existing routes, and I'll highlight this segment here. This segment would remain as road width right here and tie into a purpose-built trail. There's that word again, but new trail construction, and then would align right along the riparian edge of Libidos Creek. And this is a segment that is where we would be using an existing route, but this is a much narrower existing route. This segment varies from about 8 to 6 feet wide. And there is also the opportunity to do some road to trail conversion in this area to better drain the trail, again, make it a more sustainable alignment and reduce maintenance in this area. So reducing that in areas down to a 4-foot trail standard. I'll highlight this area here too. This area in red, this is one of our steeper segments. And this is an area we would look to realign the trail. However, we did identify sensitive resources in that area. So when we go to our next level of technical studies, we'll evaluate the opportunity to avoid that steeper segment. And then we have 2 of our major bridge crossings here through a tributary to Libidos Creek and then to the actual Libidos Creek, and then climbing up to connect to Irish Ridge. And again, you can see a lot of that new trail construction within that threshold of 0 to 10% grade, which again is sort of ideal from a trail sustainability standpoint and most likely from a visitor experience standpoint. So as far as the way we kind of compared our trail alignment alternatives, we had several considerations that we needed to evaluate these alternatives against. And again, alternative 1, 2, and 3 are those options that then all link into the Irish Ridge to Libidos Creek connector trail that I mentioned earlier. So we use this classification of strong, moderate, and weak alignment with our goals and policies. And we have these 6 kind of goals and or policies that we evaluated our alignments against, with natural resource protection, adherence to the coastal service plan, our conservation grazing policies, and there's some overlap between the natural resource coastal service plan and conservation grazing policies. Additionally, public input and user experience, maintenance needs, and our construction cost. And so I'm going to just walk the board through this, try to be concise with this. So for our alternative 1, which again is our preferred trail alternative, as far as our natural resource protection policies, alternative 1, minimize impacts on environmentally sensitive areas. There's no wetland or riparian impacts as far as our reconnaissance level surveys have evaluated. There's a narrow disturbance footprint because again, we're building at that 4-foot trail standard, and we're following the brush line off of adjacent to our project and occasionally running through that brush line, but kind of using that as an area to site the trail. As far as our coastal service plan, it minimizes the visual impacts of the trail from Highway 1 and impacts to the environmentally sensitive areas. It aligns parts of the trail on the uplands property, so off of that South Cowell property that has the easement, that has the kind of maximum trail footprint or allowed trail footprint. As far as our conservation grazing policies, the trail avoids pasture on the Parisima uplands because the trail, there's no active grazing on Parisima uplands. It does require a traverse of the pasture on the South Cowell property to reach the other side of the ridge. So there is some interaction with the trail in that area. As far as public input and user experience, the trail grade would be less than 10%. It would be a 4-foot wide trail with really spectacular views. I think that's what a lot of the property offers, is just stunning views of the Pacific Ocean out to the Farallon Islands. It would require some rock surfacing of the trail, which I know a lot of feedback we get from our users is that they like naturally surfaced trails. But again, being in cattle pasture, armoring the trail is something we'll have to do. And again, we're trying to minimize the interaction of the trail with the pasture to then minimize the need for rock surfacing. And there'll be shorter segments likely when we get through further detailed design that will require some additional rock as well, just to kind of manage wetter areas. As far as maintenance needs, again, we're going to have some rock surfacing that will require maintenance. Obviously any of these alternatives is going to require maintenance, and it's an additional maintenance burden for our staff. Again, it traverses some grazed areas, so inherently we'll need to maintain that rock surface and kind of manage the impacts from the cattle to the trail. As far as construction costs, this is kind of our middle of the road cost estimate for this alignment. It's primarily new trail, so that requires construction and some rocking, minor retainment, and minor crossing structures. So it is a considerable cost. Alternative 2, which again is, to remind the board, it's the road alignment, reusing the road. As far as our natural resource protection policies, it's in strong alignment. It utilizes existing routes and minimizes new disturbance. The rock surfacing would help to reduce erosion on the site. As far as our coastal service plan, it is again an existing route, but there are impacts to the conservation grazing tenant and the operation itself. As far as our conservation grazing policies, it's weak alignment because it utilizes that existing ranch road. It runs kind of right centrally through the pasture area, and it requires additional infrastructure relocation for the grazing tenant. And just to note, there will likely be, with any of these alternatives, some amount of grazing infrastructure relocation. And as far as maintenance needs, if we armor that road with rock, which was probably something we'd have to do, given again the cattle impact and the public access, the route would be fairly maintainable, except on sort of a longer cycle to maintain the rock surface out there. And as far as construction costs, it will require some shaping to better drain the existing route and rocking of the existing road, but it's the most cost-effective alignment alternative. Alternative 3, as I kind of mentioned, it's got sort of weak alignment with natural resource protection, coastal service plan, and conservation grazing policies, because it's going to be routed with a visible cut on the slope as it climbs up from the parking lot. It runs entirely, almost entirely through pasture area near stock ponds, which have cattle grazing value, as well as sensitive species habitat value. And I think from a public input and user experience standpoint, it is trail width. It's a long segment, which I think the public tends to enjoy of constructed trail. However, almost the entire segment would require rock surfacing to be sustainable and maintainable. And again, from what we've heard from visitor feedback is having those heavily rocked segments are not as enjoyable as having a naturally surfaced trail. And then the maintenance needs, again, being in the grassland, having those switches climbing up the slope is going to be resource intensive to deal with. And so similar with construction costs, having to lay that much rock along the segment of the trail would be expensive and take a significant amount of time to implement. And as far as the Irish Ridge to Libidos connector, we felt like it had moderate alignment with all of the goals and policies. It does use some existing routes and deals with erosion issues, but it does overlap with some sensitive habitats. It's very close to the riparian area in some locations, but that is utilizing an existing route. There's also associated mitigation projects to restore habitat out there that will likely be linked to the project. As far as our conservation grazing policies, there's some overlap with existing operational routes for the grazing tenant, but we would also utilize new cattle fencing to better separate the cattle from the trail to, again, minimize kind of construction costs, user experience, and cattle visitor interactions. And then as far as the public input, it combines existing routes with new narrow trail, and there's opportunities for road to trail conversion in certain segments. This portion will have more built elements. We'll have 2 significant bridges that will require maintenance, portions that will need rock surfacing. And so both of those kind of drive up the maintenance need and construction costs, but really to get from point A to point B, we do have to cross these drainages.
Okay.
As far as our connector trails, I'll be a little bit more brief. Again, that's connector A and B to provide that loop opportunity. Connector A really aligns, I think, with our natural resource protection policies because it uses the existing route. It's kind of moderate on our coastal service plan because it will require relocation of grazing infrastructure, but does not have any visual impacts or environmentally sensitive area impacts. As far as
Brian, I was just going to suggest we want to make sure that we have really plenty of time for questions and
absolutely. I can move on as long as the board feels comfortable. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We're probably good. Yeah.
And just really quickly, I want to just provide some visual representations of what the trail alignment would look like. And so you can see, with the leader lines pointing to where these photos are located and basically breaking these out for alternative 1, 2, and 3. So again, coming up from the parking area, you're moving through pasture grassland and coast sage scrub, chaparral habitat. And so you can see some kind of representative photos there of alternative 1. Alternative 2, again, the road route, you can see some examples of those road width alignments. Again, this is used as operationally as grazing, part of the grazing infrastructure and access for our grazing tenants. Alternative 3 being primarily pasture where the trail would be routed through. So you can see kind of that open grazed pasture habitat. You can see where the trail aligns near the existing stock pond. And you can see a good example of why we would need to rock a trail through pasture with that cattle trail that's right there. You can see kind of how muddy it is. And we want to ensure people have kind of as much year-round access as possible. And as far as our connection to Irish Ridge, this is where you start getting a transition from the grassland into kind of riparian habitat, and then extending up into the redwood forest. And you can see where one of the sites where is an approximate bridge location, and then that very bottom right photo is a view from Irish Ridge, kind of showing the route climbing up from the parking area all the way up to Irish Ridge. And so just to provide a summary of the trail alignments and the cost estimates, alignment number 1 would be about 7.2 miles new trail, and these include connectors A and B for all 3 alignments. The total distance, 7.2 miles, new trail construction, 4.4 miles, existing road, 2.8 miles at an estimated cost of 3.4 million. Alignment 2, 7 miles of trail, 2.6 miles of new trail construction, 4.4 of existing road or trail at 3.3 million. Alignment 3, 7.5 miles of new trail, or 7.5 miles of trail. New trail would be 4.7 miles, and existing road trail would be 2.8 miles at a cost of approximately 3.8 million. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you. Obviously, very comprehensive and systematic approach that we've got that has taken us so far. So thank you for every step along the way. And yes, and it's very, very thoughtful. So, okay, yes, Director Riffle.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I would agree. Thank you very much, Brian. And I think I'm sold so far on what the staff is recommending. I have a question. Could you go back to slide 14, please? And I was just thinking about the gradient and also the desire, especially the feedback we have for the desire for a loop trail. And my experience has been that segment B and segment A, I can imagine a lot of either new users or families would love that. And I was just wondering, boy, it would be great if we didn't have any yellow sections in that. And I know that's really hard to do. And as I've gotten to know trails, I know sometimes you want to do them clockwise, not counterclockwise, and so on. So I was just wondering, is there possibilities right where the figure A is, and it shows that yellow? Is it possible to do some? Do we have any flexibility there to make that, if you will, a more friendly? Not the right word. Is it easier or more moderate trail just for that kind of that user group that I think is going to want to explore this?
Yeah, there could be potential. I think one of the challenges in this area, again, is that that's very much pasture habitat. And so, to pull the grade out and kind of minimize the footprint, oftentimes you'll need to kind of switch down the slope. Yeah. And, especially when you have the visibility of to kind of cross a switchback, they're particularly challenging to maintain in those areas. The other kind of constraint, as you kind of are in the more western portion of the property here, is the gullying that has occurred. Mm-hmm. So we are constrained by, it's just, you have these kind of continually eroding gullies on that kind of right above the coastal terrace up on the very front foothills leading upslope.
I see. Okay, good.
So there is potential, and it's something that could be evaluated, but I would say it's not the easiest thing to adjust an alignment like that and manage then that change, but it is something that could be evaluated.
Right. Okay, good. Or in fact, if we open it using that alignment, but then maybe a future alignment would be to maybe soften that grade a little bit. My last question is, if I look at the red sections along option alternative 1, I'm always concerned when I see those sections when we're combining bikes and horses and people.
Sure.
And so I assume that red is steep, but our trail design is going to be such that we've got safety in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as alignment 1, really the only there is no red sections along this portion. So that's alignment 2 using the existing route. So just to clarify that.
Right.
And then
there you go.
there's this portion here, that's just one corner where it's a little bit steeper, which is the existing road. And there's good line of sight there as far as kind of managing the users. This portion, again, we would look to try to pull
Yeah,
the grade out. I
right.
think, it's just going to depend on how we balance the natural resource concerns and, and
Right.
sort of the technical construction constraints in that area.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. I'm very supportive so far.
Okay. Yes, did you have a question? Dr. Gleason?
Yeah, thank you very much for adding the trail grade map. I think that's really helpful. And could you just show us for A, B, and alignment 1, which sections are actually shared with working ranch roads?
Sure, absolutely. So for connector A, this portion here that climbs up from the parking area is shared. And this is an important route for the grazing tenant. And so we may need to implement some kind of operational considerations, whether it's if the rancher is bringing down cattle to because the corral is basically opposite of the parking area. So we may need to do some temporary day or 2-day closures of that segment of the trail, and obviously notify through our website and other measures. But that's one consideration. So this would be shared, this segment here. I don't think the rancher uses this portion a lot, but it is still part of the existing ranch infrastructure. And then this portion here are the 2 shared pieces.
When we had our field trip there, I think we were driven up to that green section of A, and it's a really beautiful place. And it had kind of returned to pasture. You could see that it was a road grade, but it looked like it wasn't used. So I was just wondering if that section would be turned in sort of back into road or into narrow trail.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something we have looked into. It would be something that we would need to coordinate with our grazing tenant and our property management team here at Midpen to determine if that's an acceptable change. The other consideration is that it is a fairly wide roadbed throughout. It probably exceeds 12 feet in a lot of places. And so whether we do sort of an opportunistic shaping to make it feel more like a trail rather than doing an entire road to trail conversion, it is something our crew is capable of doing. I think it would just be kind of, defining the parameters with our grazing tenant and then, implementing a design that makes sense for our users and for our tenant on site.
Yeah, I think particularly when the grade is moderate, you can more, just build a trail experience on top of the road grade.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to move all the dirt. Right? So yeah, this looks very good. Thank you.
Dr. McNevin.
The Ranch Road, which is alignment 2 that we're not recommending. And what would you do with that road after?
So the road would be retained because it's part of our grazing operation and it's critical access for our grazing tenant. I think likely our visitor services staff would also utilize that route for any sort of emergency access in the preserve, to help, because since it is such a long trail, they would need to have points where they could drive to and then kind of intersect with the trail at various locations to help extricate people who've been injured or other issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Sear?
Any landing zone kind of set aside in the area?
That's a great question. I believe we would identify those as part of the trail planning effort to ensure that we have adequate, helicopter recovery abilities. That would be sort of something we would coordinate with our visitor services staff. Brian, you have any comments on that?
Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager. My general impression of that entire region is that there would be plenty of places where you could land a helicopter. We might designate like the appropriate place, but the open grassland makes it very accessible if there was a remote injury.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Well, I had one question. Oh, Director Kirsten Tucker, did you wave your hand? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. For some reason, I can't raise my hand in Zoom right now. But anyway, thank you. Brian, first off, let me just say thank you so much for this incredibly comprehensive trail scoping process that you went through, you and Land and Facilities. It's a complicated area, and I really appreciate the way you honored the conservation grazing tenet and the needs of that particular use of this land. And I certainly see that there are tremendous educational values in having people learn as they hike and bike through this area about conservation grazing. So that's just a quick comment. But a couple of questions for you. I noticed that one question that came up with public feedback had to do with compatibility with the San Mateo County Local Coastal Program. Can you help me understand what that particular concern or question was about?
Gretchen, you want to handle that one?
Gretchen Louston, Senior Planner. I believe that that comment in particular was making sure that we were accurately identifying parts of the project that were designated as farmland. And so all of this area that Brian has been talking about with trails are not designated as farmland, as well as the areas that we were looking at for parking. But it was just wanting to make sure that we are thoroughly evaluating that identified use within the project site.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, my second question is, can you define multi-use for this particular set of trails?
Yeah, sure. So the intent would be to provide kind of our standard approach to multi-use, which would be hiking, bicycling, and equestrian use.
So no dog walking.
My understanding is that at Parissima Creek, we do not currently have dog walking opportunities, and I believe that this would be consistent with the current allowable uses at Parissima Creek Redwoods.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I keep looking at this, and not the first time we've seen it, excuse me. But the connector B that runs basically along the roadway, how long is that along the roadway?
So along the roadway, that's about 0.7 miles, and it's really just offset because there's a steep cut slope, and then the trail would be offset far enough upslope from there to not have to minimize impacts on county roads. And this is one segment we actually brought on an engineering geologist we work with frequently to sort of evaluate the trail to confirm that it is a feasible alignment sort of beyond what, because it's sort of outside of our typical trail construction that our crew would lead.
And I also keep looking, because if wishes were horses, right? I keep looking for some way to minimize that stretch along the roadway and also avoid the alternative too. I agree with the other comments, your comments and the other comments too, but that's a pretty steep first impression of getting to the preserve. That's pretty steep. Is there not a reasonable way, as far as the road width, though, I'm not concerned about that. I've got other ways to deal with that in terms of, you said 12 feet some places, probably don't need 12 feet, but and I know you've looked at this probably ad nauseum, but I just keep looking for a way that's an easier, better configuration that that doesn't send people along the roadway for 3/4 of a mile. And yet doesn't have them going a steep upgrade, which leads me to alternative 3, which doesn't seem like actually it's all that steep. I mean, the comments were that it was steep.
No,
But-
alternative 3 is sort of in that ideal grade range. I
Mhm.
think the challenge is that we're trying to make the connection to the post trail easement, which is located over here. And, that was kind of the driver for considering even, because this is not an ideal segment of trail. I'll say that much, there, the view is kind of obscured by telephone poles. You're right above the road. But it does help us to manage visitors who are coming to use the parking lot to access the Cowell-Parisima Trail. Because our concern will be if we provide parking here, we'll have the public walking along the road to access the post-trail easement. So if we provide a very efficient way to get from the parking area to that easement connector, then we'll better keep the public off of the county roadway. And then also provide, even though it's maybe not exactly ideal from a sort of a user experience standpoint, as far as the steep grades, we do have this kind of low hanging fruit opportunity to provide a loop trail right out of the parking lot.
Yeah, and the word loop keeps coming to mind too. So I jumped into my question, but I did want to thank you for the presentation and agree that having the slope map is really helpful. Really, really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So looking forward to seeing what other colleagues have to say about maybe looking at maybe a combination of some of this. I'm just not sure.
Okay, yes. Well, first I wanted to say how helpful the field trips were, because it was really great to be on the ground, and of course your photographs help a little bit and such, but people who haven't been out there don't know how spectacular it is. So it's going to take people's breath away when they see the views from there. So that is great. Well, just to comment on this last question from Director Holman was for a loop. And I think I had asked before, why can't we do both 3 and 1, I guess, as a loop? And I guess the response I heard was that there's a limit on the mileage of the height of the trails. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. There is an existing conservation easement on the South Cowell property, which is fairly restrictive. And again, I think the other element as far as the challenge with alternative 3 is just the impacts on the conservation grazing program out there. It's just, right in that kind of core pasture over there near alignment number 3. And again, kind of close to existing stock ponds and other elements.
I see. Right. And then, yeah, and to follow up a little bit on Director Kirsten Tucker's questions about the trail standards, because we've had some comments about, dedicated bike path or usage and such. But so the assumption is all these are going to be 4-foot multi-use.
So yeah, where it's shown in the dashed line on the map, that's a 4-foot trail standard. And additionally, I will point out that this segment here is where we would consider doing some road to trail conversion, because we already have sort of a narrower roadbed. And so we can, it's right in the riparian canopy. And so we can kind of, again, selectively shape that area to better drain to be a more sustainable trail with the visitor experience in mind as well.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think it looks great. Let me see. Can I ask if there's any public comment so far?
We do have 2 comments.
We do. Okay. Yes, please. Let's proceed to those.
Our first commenter is going to be Rachel Fay.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. This is Rachel Fay from the Peninsula Open Space Trust. I'm our public access program manager, and thank you, Board of Directors and Midpen staff, for taking my comment and for this project as a whole and this wonderful presentation. on behalf of Post, I wanted to share our supportive staff's recommendations for the trail recommendations, as well as the broader elements of today's presentation, including the parking and trailhead and the request to partner on future phases of this project. And as I know you're aware, and I just want to highlight that this project is part of a bigger context of the Bay to Sea Trail connection from the San Francisco Bay and Redwood City and East Palo Alto to the coast in Half Moon Bay. And this Prisma to the Sea Trail is such a significant portion of it. And so we are very appreciative of all of the investments in this planning and construction and implementation of this portion of the Bay to Sea Trail and of our partnership on that vision broadly. And also, I'll just look back for a moment at the decades that Post and Midpen have partnered to create this connected corridor of open space. And Post has acquired over 3,300 acres and transferred those acreages to Midpen to establish the Prisma Creek Redwoods open space, preserve the lower Prisma Creek, Lobetus Ridge, and the Prisma Upland. And we appreciate this long-term partnership and ongoing investment. And I'll wrap up by saying that we look forward to being a partner in the future phases of implementation of the Connector Trail D, which is the Post trail easement, and other implementation efforts as appropriate and as we can partner. So thank you. I'll wrap up there.
Oh, well, thank you. And back at you, Rachel. Thank you to Post and to you for your wonderful work. Okay, second speak.
Okay, before I do bring on our next speaker, which is Dave Evans, I just want to note that we do not take raised hands. For the person who does have their raised hands, please go ahead and submit a form at this website up on top of our screen where it says www.openspace.org/public comments. If you can please go ahead and submit a comment and we'll call upon you. The next person to speak is Dave Evans, and you have 3 minutes. Mr. Evans, can you go ahead and speak?
Are we on now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks to the board and Brian and Midpen staff for all the hard work on this. It's super exciting to see.
Mr. Evans, I'm sorry, we're having problems hearing you.
Oh, goodness me. All right. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's try.
Thank you to the board and to Brian and the rest of Midpen staff for all this hard work. I think the prospect of having a contiguous trail from the skyline to the sea is super exciting. I grew up in the peninsula. I've been riding these trails and running on these trails for over 30 years. And this is a dream to finally be able to connect the ridge to the ocean. Nothing else can do it. So really excited. I have 2 comments in addition to the general support of the proposed plan, which I think is spectacular. First, I would just love to hear the board reaffirm commitment to multi-use access to the entire length of the corridor, especially acknowledging that this would require redesignation and potentially realignment of the Irish Ridge and Bald Knob trails in Prisma Creek Redwoods. Since those are currently hiker only, based on the survey respondents, it would exclude at least 45% of people who have been championing this opportunity, especially those who would prefer to have higher mileage trails and be able to traverse the full length in a single go. So I know it's been stated before, but we'd just love to have that sense of recommitment, especially on the trail designation and alignment topics, because I know those are going to require board support. And the second, which has now been obviated by Brian's notes about the trail mileage limitations, I was going to also endorse trying to adopt trails 1 and 3. But I am curious now if there is a trade-off between accepting alignment 3 versus perhaps some of the smaller loop connectors that are under discussion. If there is a limitation on mileage, that loop 3, the imagery is spectacular. And it would be nice to have longer trails going through more of the heart of the protected lands rather than staying too close to the parking lot. So I'm just wondering if there could be some comment on that. Thanks again for this. Love seeing the proposal for long distance, all peninsula purpose-built trails for all users and in support of both hikers and bikers and equestrians. So thanks again.
Okay, well, thank you for your comment. Maybe let's finish with the comments and.
Great. And the next person is John Boothroyd.
Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. This is fantastic. I just wanted to ask if it's possible, in the spirit of trying to increase the amount of looping that might be possible, to that bit of road that goes between, I guess it's option 2 and option 1. So you go up the steep part and then option 1 would carry on to the left, but instead to carry on straight up on what I think it's called option 2, just to make a nice loop. It would just be a short bit on an existing road. And it feels like maybe that could be done without much cost or much impact on the environment. Thank you for taking my question.
Okay, thank you. And is that the last?
We have one more.
One more,
The next
okay.
person is Jim Sullivan. And if you can please unmute yourself.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for the presentation and board for your constructive comments on this plan. I live nearby. I live in Kenyatta Cove, and I'm up in that area. I have a few friends that live up there, and I happened to run into them the other day. And I want to encourage you folks to expand your outreach. I know you listed, Brian, some outreach at the farmers market and all that stuff, but a number of their neighbors are not very internet savvy. They've been, over 5-decade residents, specifically 1212 Verde Road and 1151. And I'm speaking with Bob the other day, the resident at 1212. He hadn't heard of it. And the big concern with the neighbor, I just spoke with him shortly about it, was the problem with the on-street parking at the existing trailhead at Higgins Parissima Canyon Road. He just didn't want to see I told him I'd pass this along. He didn't want to see a parking on the road. So just factor that in if you could along Verde. And then the oil rig, quite a few of the comments at the last meeting was to preserve the old remnants of the oil rig on the northernmost end, almost directly across from the post trail easement. So I'd like that to be at least bandied about some. And then would the trail be, if it parallels Verde, it's going to go right in front of 1000 Verde Road. And I did see staff up there the other day. So I'm hoping you're having a very constructive conversation with Rob there, the resident at 1000 Verde. And lastly, I know it's an active cattle area. I don't expect us to be able to take our dogs up onto the property, up on the east side of Verde Road, but off the parking area, I think the proposal is for the largest parking expanse. Would there something to be talked about in having an area on that? I believe it's a fallow field, but it's a real flat area for the parking to have something for the people that own dogs. I mean, on the coast, I would just take a amateur guess, at least 50% of the people have pups. So having an option of a family bringing a dog to at least off the parking area would be just a wonderful option. So thanks a lot for your time. We're real excited about this too. So good night, everybody.
Okay, well, I think that is the last public commenter. And yeah, thank you all for coming to speak to us this evening about this exciting project. Would staff like to questions?
Yeah, I think we have I'll mention just there was a comment about 1,000 Verde Road, and that's one of our future, I think, acquisition. So that would become part of the our district property. So we would be engaging with whatever tenant we have there to help them understand what that alignment would look like, and try as best as possible to sort of manage the privacy of that residence. Gretchen, did you want to speak to sort of limitations for the grazing or the conservation easement on the property?
In terms of trail. Total mileage. So on the South Cal parcel, as we've mentioned, there is a limitation for the overall length of trail. We would need to evaluate further whether or not these different options would fit within the constraints of the trail easement. So that is something we would need to do more analysis on to see if any other options would fit within that trail easement allowance.
So do you know what the mileage is that's allowed, or?
No, I don't know. I do know that the A and B and the portions of 1 that are on the South Cowell parcel are allowed. I believe that originally that easement actually called for a trail location in a fixed location. And so I believe that it was that calculated fixed trail location that could be accommodated in different areas. So we would need to go back and take a closer look at that. I'll also just mention that with dog use as well, the Calparissima Trail also does not allow for dogs, as well as the Parissima Preserve. And so having, 2 areas that do not have dog use, is obviously a conflict then, and very difficult to manage for our visitor services to have them allowed in one portion. It also can create an additional conflict with the grazing operation as well. And so for now, the recommendation was for the entire trail alignment, all the way from the parking area, all the way through the existing trail network to allow for a future trail use change and some minor trail retrofitting to accommodate that multi-use trail all the way from the Redwood Trailhead to this new Verde parking lot.
And I'll just I'll address there was a comment about extending use of the road up to this intersection point to provide an additional loop opportunity. Again, it's overlapping with the South Cowell parcel, which is approximately here. And again, create some additional overlap with our active grazing operation and the routes that they utilize to access their, kind of essential areas. And then I'll turn it over to Julie Anderson to talk about some of the natural resource trade-offs between alignment 1 and 3.
Okay, let's see. Well, before we go to Julie, maybe, yes, Director Hillman, you had
a couple of things, please. I was confused by the response to about 1,000 Verde. You said that would be a future acquisition, or at least potential future acquisition, and so there'd be coordination with the future tenant. But what about the current owner? I was confused by that.
1,000 Verde Road is the residence that we visited on the site tour out there. So it was part of the overall South Cal property, and it was originally going to be withheld and retained by post.
I understand now.
And the board now has approved.
I didn't know the
purchase.
address.
Yeah.
So
of
that
course.
was what was
So
confusing.
that is 1,000 Verde Road. But in addition, obviously, we have been coordinating closely with, Bob Marsh and John Giusti as well, kind of the 2 other closest neighbors there. Mike Williams and I went out and met with them both over the past couple of weeks to go through not only the trail, but also the parking and the trail connectors and the roadway crossings that we'll be presenting on in just a few minutes.
Okay, great. Well, now I know the address of that fabulous place.
But he said specifically about 1,000 Verde Road.
Two other locations.
Yeah, and so actually for this meeting as well, we also did again send postcard notices to all of the neighbors. So we really have tried very hard to engage through our, our email interested parties lists. Also, we did continue to do postcard notifications to the neighbors along Parissima Road and also in that section of Verde that's kind of to the south and to the east of here, where there's also a little residential neighborhood, trying to make sure that we are informing as many people as we can about this project.
Okay, great. And then just one other question, which was something that came up, which I'd not heard before, which is there was interest expressed by the last speaker that there's interest by some, I don't know how many, in retaining some remnant of the oil rig. Is that?
Oil wells.
Yeah, oil well, yeah.
Yeah, that's
do you know what that's
something
about? Have you heard?
that I know that on Parissima Upland, there is some oil facilities and they are doing a cleanup. Some of that equipment will be kind of, fenced and be retained on site just because it's not Midpenn's obligation to address those facilities. I'm not familiar with any of the facilities on the South Cowell property, but I believe there it may just be some like minimal old piping and stuff like that, which we generally would remove. So I think they may be referring to the Parissima Uplands property.
Yeah, maybe if somebody could follow up with it, that would be great. Thank you.
Julie Anderson, Natural Resources. I'm our wildlife program lead. And there was a question about trade-offs between alternative 1 and 3. And speaking from a wildlife perspective, we do have badger throughout this area, and they move primarily north to south, and providing good connectivity between those two ponds that are on alternative 3, which is a nice natural access area for not just badger, but most any wildlife that would be moving through the area. They're sensitive to humans, and we'd like them to be able to be present so that when we're using those other trails, we might have a chance to see wildlife. And I think providing that buffer by using alternative 1 versus 3 provides that connectivity for wildlife between the ponds. It also provides a much larger buffer from visitor use to the riparian area, which we will be adjacent to the riparian area in the more eastern portions of the trail. So it limits the use along the riparian area and gives a good buffer again for wildlife.
Okay, great. So is there another part of the presentation or?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'll turn it over to Mark
Yes,
Brandy,
okay,
SWCA
great.
Consultants.
All right, so I'm just keeping an eye on the clock, and so ideally we finish like 5 or 10 minutes before 7, so.
Very good. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Brandy with SWCA Environmental Consultants. I am the project manager for the consultant team who has had the opportunities to support the district over the last several years on the planning and design process for Parissima to the Sea. So I wanted to thank the board and the district for that opportunity, which we will summarize for you in a bit more detail today. Essentially, what I will summarize for you is the additional facilities that are proposed at the site in order to essentially provide access to the proposed trail that Brian just described. So those include the proposed parking area, the connector trails, which we've already discussed in a bit of detail, and associated pedestrian crossings along the adjacent roadways. As Gretchen mentioned in the introduction, our team, the district and the consultant team, did conduct an initial analysis of the site back in 2021, again, to try to better understand the existing conditions of the site and how we can potentially accommodate the proposed improvements. So the results of those analysis, or the different work products associated with those analysis, are shown here. Essentially, we were documenting the existing conditions again and the existing resources. So those included biological resources, cultural resources, and the physical existing conditions of the site. One that I'll point out in particular is we did conduct a riparian setback analysis because the proposed parking areas, which were evaluated, which are actually shown in the images on the screen right now, which are both on the east and the west side of Verde Road. There's an adjacent riparian drainage adjacent to those sites. So we did a riparian setback analysis where we evaluated requirements and setbacks under both the San Mateo LCP as well as the district's coastal service plan. So we made sure that we incorporated those into the design process. Once we completed the technical studies for the project, we then initiated an opportunities and constraints analysis, which I always think of as essentially distilling all of the complex technical information in those various studies that we completed into a high-level summary of essentially the constraints and where we see opportunities for passive recreation development on the site. These are examples of the diagrams that were included in the opportunities and constraints analysis, which were broken out into physical, biological, cultural, and safety attributes of the site. Some of the key considerations that we covered in this analysis were the need for site screening due to the fact that Highway 1 is a scenic corridor. So we assessed the ability to potentially screen any proposed improvements. We also looked at, as Gretchen mentioned, we looked at the need to protect adjacent farmland and grazing operations. And we also looked at sensitive habitats and the riparian setbacks that I mentioned, as well as public safety were key considerations. Regarding the agricultural lands, again, as Gretchen mentioned, both of the potential parking areas on either side of Verde Road, we did evaluate those particular locations and did determine that neither of those locations were located on prime agricultural lands, unique farmlands, or farmlands of statewide importance, which are designated again under the LCP as well as by the California Resource Agency. So before I show some of the conceptual design alternatives for the proposed parking areas, we just wanted to share this table, which shows at a high level, when we go through the design, some of the key similarities that are woven throughout the various design alternatives, as well as some of the key differences. I'm going to point out some of the similarities when we actually get to the plan view. So I'll just point out here some of the key differences that you'll note as we go through. The most obvious of the differences would be the actual physical parking lot size in terms of the acreage footprint of the size and the capacity, which we'll discuss. Other key differences are the configuration of the entry road and proposed trailhead, as well as the equestrian parking lot and the use or non-use of the eastern side of Verde Road. So before we get into, and this is the first of the three design alternatives, alternative A for the proposed parking areas. At a high level, again, all of the design alternatives that we'll see now are located north of the intersection of Highway 1 and Verde Road. And the majority of the proposed improvements that we would be seeing are located to the west of Verde Road. And all of the proposed improvements are accessed via driveways off of Verde Road. No access is proposed off of the highway. So this is alternative A. Alternative A has the smallest of the three proposed design footprints with an approximate footprint of about 2 acres of site development. This alternative has the capacity for approximately 40 general parking spaces, as well as approximately 20 priority spaces, which would include carpools, EV, and ADA parking as well. In addition, it includes 4 equestrian spaces located centrally on the site. So I'll take the opportunity now to just briefly talk about, again, some of the similarities that are present here in alternative A, as well as in alternatives B and C, which we'll see subsequently. Some of those key similarities are that all of these design alternatives do incorporate key transportation demand management strategies that were identified by the Prisma multimodal access study. We'll talk about each of those subsequently, but each design does incorporate those. Yes.
Let's see, I was just kind of keeping an eye on the clock. And so if we can kind of summarize more as
You
we
got
go
it.
along.
That
Okay,
sounds
thank
great.
you.
Yep, will do. Again, similarities it works with the existing topography. Each of the alternatives provides accessible destinations on the site and attempts to minimize user conflict and environmental impacts. Key differences that I'll point out in brief here are that this alternative A, again, has centrally located equestrian parking, and the configuration of the access road is on the northern side of the site with the trailhead to the south. Moving on to alternative B. Alternative B has an intermediate project footprint at about 2.75 acres. However, it is not consolidated, and a portion of the development would be located east of Verde Road. The capacity here is about 40 general parking spaces as well, but with the opportunity for up to 35 priority spaces. One key difference that we'll point out here again is the development on the eastern side of the road. However, the eastern side of the road is very much constrained due to site topography, as well as the presence of existing grazing infrastructure that we wanted to maintain. Conceptual design alternative C, in brief, has the largest project footprint of the three potential alternatives, coming in at about 3 acres. However, all of that proposed improvements would be consolidated again to the west of Verde Road. So the opportunity here is for a capacity of approximately 70 general parking spaces with 35 priority parking spaces. So that's a total of over 100 parking spaces that would be possible, as well as up to 6 equestrian spaces in this configuration. Some of the key differences again here, I'll point to once again, the configuration of the equestrian parking is different in alternative C as well, in that in this configuration, we have proposed a perimeter parking area with pull-through spaces once again. And again, we've gone back to no development east of Verde Road. So briefly touching on, again, the transportation demand management strategies that were woven into this design. Looking at alternative C, they're highlighted in red text here and outlined in yellow. I'll just point to a few of them, which we developed in collaboration with the multimodal study. So at the entrance to the site, we have an existing shuttle or a proposed shuttle drop-off area and bus shelter. We have proposed bike parking at the trailhead facility. We have ample priority parking, again, for carpools, EVs, and ADA spaces. We have flexible space. The equestrian spaces could potentially be used for other large vehicles as well, or staging for events. And then finally, we have the potential opportunity to consider overflow parking on the site as well. We determined that that may be feasible and could potentially be formalized in the future based upon actual use if need be. Ultimately, we'll say that alternative C, shown here, has emerged as the preferred alternative design for the proposed parking area. That's largely based upon the overall capacity of this alternative. Again, it's the largest of the 3 alternatives with consolidated use of the western side of the site. That was directly supported by comments we heard from the public as well. In addition, the public supported the configuration, this particular configuration of the equestrian parking seemed to be preferred by the equestrian community. This alternative also maximizes the multimodal opportunities and amenities on the site as well. And finally, that flexibility to provide overflow parking all led to the determination that this would be preferred. In brief.
Real briefly, I have a question. If you go back to that slide before, you mentioned earlier that there was hydrological restrictions or limitations. Can you point out on this map where those
Yes, I would be happy
problems
to.
would be?
Yes, thank you. So the drainage that I was referring to, where we conducted that riparian setback analysis, essentially flows west, from east to west, flows underneath Verde Road here, and then continues along the southern border of the proposed improvements. The green line that is shown here is a 30-foot setback from the edge of that riparian canopy, which is the guidelines that are represented in the LCP for protection of the resource.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. I think you were just about to wrap up, huh?
Yes, well, certainly with the parking I was.
Okay.
In terms of the connector trails, if you'd like to hear a bit more about the connector trails, we have the opportunity to discuss those in brief as well. We did obviously cover those with Brian quite a bit as well. So essentially, we're proposing with the conductor trails at a high level to utilize segments A and B that Brian had identified as being part of the preferred alignment for the overall trail. And then we would need to utilize the post-trail easement identified as segment D, as well as a short segment, segment C, to connect to the proposed parking area.
Okay, so let's see, is there another, is there not?
I think we should just.
Yeah, I think we should, yeah,
Sure. Okay,
right.
that sounds
yeah,
good.
Yeah, we need to,
You got it. So in very brief, the final element of the proposed project would then be 3 pedestrian crossings would be required on the site. I will just focus on this one. There would be 3. There would be 1 required across Highway 1 to connect to the Cal Purisima lot. And then there would be 2 required on Verde Road as well. All of them have similar proposed design elements. They're all at-grade crossings. They would all have a ladder crosswalk, as well as protective warning signage and flashing beacons, which were recommended by our traffic consultant, BKF engineers. Happy to talk about those during the Q&A in additional detail. And then Gretchen, would you like to take it back over?
Thank you, Mark. We just have 2 final slides here, and we can pause for questions about parking. Actually, I think I will just go through all the slides and then we can pause for all questions. So really, this just summarizes all of those key considerations for the parking. And with that, I think I will just let you guys ask specific questions for this when we come back to it. We do have the new information here of the probable cost estimates. And I just want to point out that we have escalated the costs to 2027. These lots are also just much larger than our typical standard lots, thinking about the fact that this is really going to have a regional draw. We are building larger lots to accommodate the transportation demand management strategies, as well as this really being the primary staging area and trailhead for Mid-Penn's coastal lands. So this table here just summarizes all of the various connectors and crossings that are outside of Mid-Penn lands. So connector C is the short connector, just getting from our parking area to the preserved trail system. And that is something that's contemplated that Mid-Penn would implement it. Connector D goes across Purisima Farms and connects between Verde Road and Highway 1 to the Cowell Purisima Trailhead lot. And that is contemplated that we would evaluate it under CEQA, but may not implement it in the future. Also with the crossing, it's contemplated that Mid-Penn would implement the 2 road crossings on Verde Road that are within the County of San Mateo jurisdiction. However, would look again for a partner in implementing that crossing 1, which is on Highway 1 to get that final connection to the Cal Purisima lot. I'm going to skip that and we're going to just go on to the final 2 slides. So next steps here, if the board approves the general manager's recommendations, which are to approve all of the project elements we've talked tonight about to initiate CEQA, knowing that we will then look for partners to help us implement those those two elements that we've discussed. With that, we would start some comprehensive planning. There are many ongoing projects at Purissima, and we would like to wrap those all into one environmental review document for efficiency. Highway 35 parking expansion and trail crossing, the modifications within the existing preserve that need to occur for the through trail access for Purissima to the sea, as well as just opening a new area of the preserve. At the same time, we would be initiating design development, which needs to happen concurrently for CEQA so that you can design to a high level for that environmental review. And again, to continue with that partner coordination. So this is the project timeline that has now been updated and now reflects a tentative project schedule. So entering planning and environmental review and design development and permitting concurrently with an anticipated date of fiscal year 2027 to initiate construction of these elements. And with that, I will open it up for questions for the board.
Okay, we'll start with Director Holman.
Well, if it's not jumping the gun, I'm not going to ask a question. I'm going to make a comment. And that has to do with the parking lots, the parking considerations. So I'm somebody who's not always, keen on maximizing parking because of the implications of that on the environment. This is a situation, thank you again, staff, for the tour. This is a situation where I really like the option C, I think is how it's option C or whatever it is. And because it's very difficult to accommodate equestrian oftentimes because of the size. And this is a fantastic plan. And the site amenities incorporated into the parking lot, it's really unique, it's creative, it's educational. Can't see it from the highway one. So I'm blown away with how really good this is. And again, I'm not somebody who always supports maximizing parking for reasons stated, but I think this is a great opportunity, well implemented, well designed, I should say, not implemented yet.
Okay, any questions down there? Not. Director Riffle, yes.
Gretchen, we talked a lot about public input for the trail portion of it, but unfortunately we pushed you guys so fast for this portion. And just having served on La Honda, we had a big parking lot in mind for that project, and boy, the public let us know that wasn't the right way to go. So I'm just a little concerned. I like Director Holman. I like option C, but I've got a little bit of deja vu all over again. That
Sure.
Yeah.
So we have presented the parking area alternatives at 3 public meetings. 2 over the summer, 1 virtual, 1 in person, and then also at the Planning and Natural Resources Committee. And through a lot of those, we actually heard a lot of support for larger capacity. We don't want another lower Purissima lot. I think here we would also be really mindful of what are other things that need to occur to also prevent some of those situations that happen. We'll be looking closely at recommendations for no parking signage along Verde Road right from the get-go, kind of those lessons learned.
Right.
But actually, we heard a lot of support for a larger capacity lot.
Great, good. I like Director Holman. I'm very supportive of this and really appreciate staff's work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's see. Yes.
Sure, supportive
Director
too.
McNiven.
I did attend some of those meetings, and that design stuck out like the only way to go. And I'm with Director Holman. I don't like paving paradise, but it's so much less chaotic to have more parking spaces and get it organized from the get-go. So thanks for putting up more parking signs along Verde Road too. Thank you.
Director Sear.
Thank you. I'm just an exceptionally thorough development of the project. I'm really struck with how many different elements to be considered and balanced and weighed, and including the various attempts to include the public in it and so forth. It's beautiful done, and I agree, we don't want another series of people parking along the edge of the road because all 10 spaces are taken. We learn as we go. Thank you.
Yeah. Director Gleason? Did you?
Yeah, I'm absolutely supportive of option C for the parking. Do you want us to give overall comments now, or are we gonna deliberate more?
Director Kishimoto, I've been sorry, I keep trying to raise my
I
hand.
know, I'm sorry. Yeah, yes, your comments will be coming up. So let's do questions just right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions.
Okay. So questions, Director Kirsten Tucker.
Yeah, thank you. I too am well, let me just say, typically, I think when it comes to parking areas, build it and they will come. So, I'm concerned about large parking areas, but in this particular instance, given the regional importance of this trail and this complex of trails, I think it's important to move with alternative C. My question is, how can we minimize the impacts on locals? So, we've already got 92 as a parking lot frequently, and Highway 1 as a parking lot. I know we have transportation demand management options here, but I want to make sure that we are incredibly mindful of how to minimize the impacts of what will probably be an escalating need to park in this area over time. And the kind of impacts on regional low capacity roads.
Okay, I thank you. And I have a question or comment along that as well, as I have expressed some concern about the impact on Verde Road, so has staff given a consideration to that, or any other impacts on the neighbors?
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I'll just start with is that the traffic study, did identify that parking area C and the traffic volumes associated with the original build out would not exceed the road's capacity. With the expansion, it may, and that's something that, again, all of these things that we'll be taking a really close look at during the environmental review process. I think we're thinking about circulation patterns, if we can encourage people to, head, if they're leaving the lot and wanting to head north on Highway 1, for example, that they're making a right-hand turn out of the lot. So they're just utilizing that short segment of Verde Road. So we're definitely thinking about all of that. And I think that the next phase of the project will allow us to really dig in and look at those details.
Yeah, so if necessary, traffic calming or on Verde. Okay, let me see.
I'm sorry, I had one other.
Yes, go ahead.
One other question, and that had to do with the crossings of Verde and Highway 1. And I was wondering whether any analysis at all has been done about under crossings, perhaps for wildlife, and whether that has been evaluated at all.
And I see Julie Anderson from Natural Resources Department heading this way.
Thank you.
Yeah, hello, Director. Caltrans has not done a culvert assessment of that roadway that I'm aware of for wildlife specific, but they do have requirements to maintain and upgrade their facilities. And through recent legislation, when those culverts need to be upgraded or maintained, there is a requirement now for them to look at not just aquatic species passage, but terrestrial species passage. And I think that as a entity that reviews outside work, when Caltrans is doing work on Highway 1, we'll be paying attention and asking them to accommodate terrestrial species movement when possible. For us as a district, our priority in this corridor is the Lobitos Creek Fish Passage Project, which is within this portfolio. And although it is primarily fish passage, again, once that project kicks off and we look at it, we can also look at opportunities for terrestrial passage as well.
Great, thank you. Happy to hear that.
Oh, okay, and is that it then, Director Kirsten Tucker?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I'm sorry. I'll try to keep a special eye for your hand, if not a virtual hand. So let me say, I had a couple of questions myself. I mean, this So on the highway crossing, and I know we really rushed this discussion on, can you just throw that up again if it's possible? So, okay, so this is actually, this is not like, for example, it's not that, is it not the level of detail to ask about like a stopping point on in the middle of the road, or is that something that's just that could potentially come later? Is that too much
Yeah,
detail?
No, so really, really good point. So these concept designs were developed based on the site conditions, so traffic volumes, traffic speed, and line of sight. And then these designs were developed to meet the minimum standards in Caltrans highway design manual. And that was very intentional. Although we do anticipate, and through our initial consultation with Caltrans, there may be other elements that are incorporated, additional safety elements like a hawk light, something like we have right out here on El Camino that is that brings traffic to a complete red light stop. We should be identifying the lead agency that will be doing this work before that design is further developed. We think it's very important to get the partner on board rather than designing something and handing it to someone else to implement.
Okay.
So this right now identifies those minimum standards, and we would anticipate that it would perhaps be modified for additional pedestrian safety.
Okay, that's good to hear. And then there was a question earlier about potential parking spillover on Verde. I mean, is that parking allowed on Verde, or would that be not
Verde
banned,
Road is a very narrow road, and I would anticipate that no parking would be allowed. And again, that is something that we will certainly look into with, a very fine eye, especially in having the experience at the Lower Parisima lot.
Right. Okay. And that's a decision that we'll just make later at this point. So
yeah, as design development and then consultation with the county continues. Yes.
Okay. And then just my last question about the size of the parking, which you've heard there's lots of support for the alternative C, the largest one. And my only suggestion would be, I mean, if is to put up those architectural lines, just to show where it goes. I mean, but
the story poles. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think I think we all support the need for, there's going to be great demand for parking, but just so that people aren't just taken by total surprise, it might be good to do that. Okay. All right. So I'm going to ask if there's any public comment, and then we'll come back for final comments and the motion. Is there any comments at this point?
We have received written comment, and those will be sent to the board, but we don't have any oral comments.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for a motion and final discussion.
Director Kishimoto, I would like to move the general manager's recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
But I'd like to make a comment or two.
Sure. Yes. Director Kirsten Tucker, did you have any final comments?
No, I think it's a fabulous plan, and I appreciate all of the outreach and the detailed planning that's gone into this. I think it will accommodate the regional needs nicely. So
okay,
happy to make this motion.
And Director Riffle is your seconder.
Yes, so I certainly support, first I'll talk about the trails. I really like alternative 1. I really like the chart that we made Brian speed through, but that was really good in how that traded off. Given Julie's comments, I do not like alternative 3. And although I think we very much want a loop trail in there, her comments about potential impact on wildlife, it's made me think that I'm fine with alternative 1, although I like the idea of loop, not using alternative 3 though. I like the concept of multi-user trails. So I think that staff has done a good job of that. Unfortunately, I would love to see dog access there, but I understand we could answer that we've unfortunately right now don't have it anywhere else. So, but maybe we need to revisit that in the future, because I know that neighbors like to be able to hike with their dogs. And then finally, I'm very happy to hear from Rachel Fay at Post about the regional aspect and importance of this. So it was nice of her to call in. And then finally, on the parking alternative C, to me, I support everything that staff has said, size and so on. This is going to be very important for our underparked coastal access. So I will be, obviously, my second shows my support.
Okay. Director Gleason.
Yeah, so I also really like the proposals and will support them. I want to say I do support multi-use, hike, bike, equestrian for the whole alignment, including the change of use on the existing trails to Irish Ridge. And yeah, parking option C looks very good. I also like, we didn't talk about it, but the details for the parking lot plan, including the ADA and interpretive elements. I think there's some similar elements up on Amanon that make it that really enhance the location. I think it'll do that here as well. And I want to bring up that we're building about a $4.5 million parking lot. As you said, it's the primary trailhead and staging area. And we did hear a number of comments from the board and the public about could we increase those looping options. We saw in the board packet that hikers indicated a preference for 4 to 7 mile hikes, and 90% of them had a preference for looping trails. So the current looping option doesn't really get up into that range. I'm wondering if there might be other creative options. I agree with Director Riffle that the options 3 is not the one that we want to pursue. But I'm wondering on the north side if there might be any other creative options we could look at. Even smaller segments that would connect back might provide some interesting looping options. And then another thing that could help is if you can identify, even without creating a loop, sort of a unique point of interest on the regional trail, make that a place where it's very meaningful to get out to that point, change your frame of reference, and then come back. It feels very different than just going to an arbitrary point and turning around. So I think any combination of features like that might really increase the value of the trail system at that local, that staging area. Thanks.
Comments? Let's see. Yes, I'll just start with Director Holman. Go ahead.
Not to get into minutia, but hey, I will just for a second. So, and you heard this from me before, but I just want to make a point here. Actually, I think the comments from Director Gleason are good input. And then also on the parking lot, I love this parking lot, but you all have heard from me before. It's like, please don't do urban striping. I mean, I've seen at Yosemite and other natural places where there's like, trees that, delineate the parking place, something like that tree stencil kind of thing. So I just, this is so wonderful. Let's please just not degrade it with just urban parking lot striping. Thank you.
Okay, Director McNevin.
So I think that this is one of the most beautiful spots along the coast from San Francisco down to Santa Cruz. And I really want to thank staff for this amazing job of opening it to the public, because it's pretty special for us to be able to go up there and see it. So I just had one request to ask, is that if we could focus on the preserve and protect side of our mission when we're developing this beautiful, magnificent, world-class piece of scenery for us to use. So I just hope that we can keep that in mind as we move forward. Thank you.
Dr. Sear.
I need to disagree with you, Director Holman, just a little bit. If there are no stripes, the parking is chaotic.
You misunderstand. I'm not saying that the parking places wouldn't be delineated, but it just wouldn't be with the lines, as you see. Their parking lots in Yosemite and other places there will be a stencil of, just say stencils of trees that delineate the parking spaces. So I'm not saying we shouldn't have parking places delineated.
Okay. Right. So I think we're ready for a vote then.
Great. Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker?
An enthusiastic yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Kishimoto,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director McNiven, Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Yes. Oh, okay. So yes.
Director Kishimoto, could I make one very, very quick request?
Yes.
Very quickly. Director Seaman, I'm channeling old Director Siemens. 2029. God, I would love to be able to get something out here sooner than that. So if we can phase this thing or whatever, but how can we open this thing up faster? So that would be the only thing. I'll put
Okay.
pressure on you guys. Sooner the better.
Okay, well, I'll just close this by again thanking everyone who worked on this spectacular project and skillfully navigated all those shoals. And yeah, so I think the public will be very, very grateful for decades. Thank you. Okay, and then we will re-adjourn in, let's say 5 minutes after 7:05.
I don't know what happens. Okay. Oh, yes. So what do you think his vision is? Fair enough.
Hi.
To fill out a card in order to have a chance to.
So speak,
Yeah.
yeah, I believe those are over there.
Right.
So I would close it. And then we open it again. Sure.
Is it working?
Mason just came over. They voted.
But feel free to do whatever.
Interesting. It is. Yeah. Yeah, she did say something about they had been there. You met her with your neighbor or your real estate?
Okay, sounds good.
So good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Directors for Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. So my name is Yoriko Kishimoto. Recording in progress. Okay. Okay. And I am calling this meeting to order. It is 7:06, and thank you for your patience as we finished up our earlier meeting. So this meeting is being held in person here at the administrative offices and by teleconference, as allowed by the Government Code Section 54-953. So members of the public are welcome to participate and speak here in person or by Zoom, and instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Director Gleason,
Here.
Director Christine Tucker,
Here.
Director Riffle,
Here.
President Kishimoto,
Here.
Director Holman,
Here.
Director McNiven,
Here.
Director Seer.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, we have a very long meeting today with a number of important topics. But the first important topic is the public comment period. And I think I have like 10 or 12 of them. So I am going to ask people to limit it to 2 minutes. And as I do so, of course, I thank you for coming to speak to us. So the first speaker is going to be Matthew. I don't know how to pronounce that. Zalkowski. Very good. Thank you. To be followed by Jane Creechy.
Oops, I wanna put seconds on it.
Welcome.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open.
I'm so sorry. Something just happened to my slide.
Oh, I have that.
Right? Okay, thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District for keeping the Bear Creek stables open during this time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Matt. I'm 27 years old and I have lived in the Santa Cruz Mountains area for my entire life. I'm here to support the Friends of Bear Creek Stables and the important work that they do helping children connect to animals and nature. I did not have the best childhood, but it could have also been 100 times worse. I feel kids having the ability to work with horses is incredibly important and a vital part in what I believe helped me figure out who I was and who I was intended to be. I received a unique opportunity not too long ago to work with horses in a different but similar manner to what I'm used to. I'm used to working with them kind of with cattle in a cattle range setting. And I've gotten to experience a whole new power and knowledge that they hold. A new spiritual connection that at the time I didn't know that I could have with something again. They've taught me more than any instructor, teacher, counselor, or what have you combined. Now, to really see and experience nature, I believe you need certain attributes and skills. Otherwise, all you do is see it at best. Working with horses in this manner has taught me how to see the reaction of my actions, how to listen, how to understand, how not to react to poor or bad situations, but acknowledge them and continue moving forward. How to love, and how, most importantly, and finally, how to be the man that I was supposed to be. Thank you very much and have a blessed night.
Thank you very much. Jane Creechy, to be followed by. I'll figure it out, but Jane, go ahead.
Okay, evening, nice to be here again. I am the former parent, teacher, and director of Mountain School, which is based on Black Road, which parallels Bear Creek Road. Tonight, I just wanted to share a personal story. I had a unique childhood since I grew up in Yosemite Valley from the age of 4 until I went away to college. The impact of those early years has shaped me. It's an integral part of who I am. And it was the exploration and respect and care for the earth that was deeply instilled in my sister and my brother and myself. One of my fondest memories involved burro trips with my family into the high country, weeks at a time. So given this history, it's not surprising that I chose Mountain School for my daughter and for me. because nature is their classroom. And it is not surprising that I want other children to experience respect, love, and care for the outdoors and for animals. Thus, the Bear Creek Preserve and the stables became an important way for me to share my values with the children and families of Mountain School. When I look at your mission, I see that the opportunity for public enjoyment and education, and thus I appeal to you again to find a way to make these spaces and animals available to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the next card actually doesn't have a name on it. It is someone who wants to speak about Bear Creek Stables, and they live on Prince Street. Is that okay? Thank you. And that's going to be followed by Annie River.
Yes. I live in Los Gatos. I work in high tech, and as you probably could tell, I did not grow up here. I grew up in a different country, and I always loved and enjoyed outdoors and animals, and it really impacted my life. And right now, my daughter is kind of like doing the same thing, and I want her to have that same opportunity to basically be close to nature, to animals, and she's met a lot of good people, made a lot of friends, and I would like that to continue. And I really would like to thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to us. Annie River, to be followed by William Stout.
Hi, my name is Annie, and I am here to support Friends of Bear Creek. I grew up at Bear Creek Stables, and the preserve has been a second home for most of my life. And Glenda was like a mom to me, and the community that she created and friends later helped supplement has been an integral part of my growing up. And it's why I value the environment so much. One of my favorite community events that we used to do was when Mountain School would come and we could share our love of nature and horses with the families and their children. So my hope is that Open Space can work together with the new management and Friends of Bear Creek to continue these programs and recreate the magic that I experienced for the new generations. I also wanted to thank Pete Siemens for everything he has done for Open Space and the preserve and the stables, and for also fighting to keep St. Joseph's Hill open. I hike that trail all the time and I love it. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So William Stout, to be followed by Melissa Sheridan.
Hi, my name is William Stout. I'm 15 and I'm currently a sophomore at Los Gatos High School. And I've worked with rescue racehorses since I moved to California in 5th grade. And I wanted to speak today about the importance of kids like me having access to nature and in particular access to a connection with horses as a form of personal development. And this is because if it wasn't for Bear Creek Stables and naysavers, I'm not sure that I would necessarily be the same person that I am today. And these experiences led me to choose a human-animal bond as my topic for a semester-long English project at Los Gatos High School. And through this project, I submitted an article to Mountain Network News, and I wanted to share an excerpt from that as a way to kind of paint the picture of why this topic is so personal and passionate for me. So by age 4, my parents divorced. By 5th grade, I was moving to a new state, new friends, new community, new emptiness. This sense of loneliness lasted until my grandmother found an article in Mountain Network News about naysavers, an organization that was located at Bear Creek Stables. It didn't take long for me to realize that horses had an unspoken language that when given time could lend itself to a whole lot more. Though much of what we did as volunteers was focused on rescuing and rehabilitating retired racehorses, our time at the stable simultaneously provided volunteers such as myself with leadership and interpersonal skills that allowed me to better navigate the world around me. After years of isolation during COVID, I welcomed the opportunity to be outside in nature. I found myself longing to be scooping poop as I would get gentle nudges of affection from my four-legged helpers. My experiences working with these horses have significantly impacted the person I am today. All in all, the bonds I have created with animals and the transformative stables have allowed me to navigate new terrain with a newfound understanding of the world.
Okay, can you wrap up, please?
Yes, last sentence, sorry. These experiences acted as a testament to the power of animals and have shown that while not as mainstream as medicine as prescription, nor as mainstream a language as English, this powerful bond between humans and animals has shown itself to be an integral part of healing internal scars and an integral lesson in communication on a level much more profound than words. Thank you for allowing me to share a bit about myself and my experiences.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. Next is Melissa Sheridan, to be followed by Nancy Cole.
Hi, my name is Melissa Sheridan. We were first introduced to Bear Creek Stables through Mountain School, actually. My youngest is here, he's 12, and I didn't grow up at Bear Creek Stables, but they kind of grew up and it was their first experience seeing horses there. And it's inspired my daughter today. She still takes horse riding lessons and she's learned a lot about leadership skills and communication with the horses. And we would love the events that Mountain School would hold there. And we have fond memories of doing s'mores and stuff in the evening and doing hikes there. And it wasn't just the horses. We also got to go there and see the baby goats born in the season. And we were allowed to go there whenever we wanted to go and see the baby goats. And my kids have fond memories of catching tadpoles there. And whilst we were waiting for my daughter to have her horse riding lessons. Yeah, so we love Bear Creek Stables and we hope that you consider saving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nancy Cole, to be followed by Zoya, I think it's Girthfeld.
Hello, I'm Nancy Cole, the president of the Friends of Bear Creek Stables. And tonight I'm here to tell Midpen that we want to welcome and cooperate fully with Chaparral. We, the Boarders and the Friends of Bear Creek Stables, would like to reset our relationship at the stables with Midpen. We feel grief that Midpen has had the challenges and the struggles that they've had over the extenuating litigation, and then added on the unprecedented damage from the storms this winter. So we are sympathetic that it's been a very, very tough time. In anticipation of a positive relationship with Chaparral, we would like to offer to host a welcoming party. We're thinking that we would have it at the stables, and it would be very casual and informal. It would give us the chance to mingle and get acquainted with Chaparral and their staff. We would want to hear and listen what Chaparral wants to tell us, what they want to know, any dialogue that they might want to have. Going forward, in the future, we would like to collaborate with Chaparral on their public outreach programs, as well as reintroduce the programs that we had in the past before the current operator. We had public participation, volunteers. It was about horses and about the preserve and the safety and nature and all that it offers. So we just want to reassure that we are going to welcome Chaparral and be very aggressive about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Zoya Girthfield.
Hi, I am a boarder. I have been at Bear Creek since 2010. I adopted a boy from Russian orphanage. He was 7 at that time. Now he became a decent young man, and now we go together. So I created a native plants garden at the stables. I studied psychology, so I believe nature has a lot to offer for people and a lot to teach people and children in particular. For example, coyote meal. Anyone here? No, sorry, but
Yeah, oh, yes, I'm sorry, could you stay at the, wait, yes.
Coyote mint, you can water it frequently, but then it doesn't need to make efforts to reach water on the ground. So the root system became impoverished, and it will die during a small drought. And probably everybody knows, for example, a butterfly monarch. This butterfly needs one plant, milkweed, among 2,000 species that grow in California. To develop, this butterfly can feed only on one plant. So I'm excited about this. So I have this initiative to make native plants talk.
Okay, can you,
And
thank you.
that's all.
Okay, next speaker is Jing Zhang.
Hi, my name is Jim Zhang. I live in Sunnyvale. I have 2 kids. Both went through mountain school and their teacher James. So we were, I'm just gonna be speaking about my observation of my kids growing up. For my daughter, she went to the Bear Creek stable, and she was very excited. She was always mingling with the horses and mingling with the goats, and she learned how to approach those horses and develop a relationship with the goats. And together with my son, and they frequently talk to each other and have this debate or discussion about different characters of the horse and goats, and they have sometimes agree to each other, and sometimes they argue against each other, which is really interesting. And what really strikes me is when my son was away in Germany this past year, and one of the horses actually died, a Griffer, I think. And then he wrote something really touching in terms of the how to memorize this horse, like saying, the horse is always like acting at the head of the leader of the herd, and always taking care of the other horses, watching out for the danger around, because there are mountain lions sometimes out there. So I was very surprised, so to speak. So I think kids, through those type of proximity to the horses, to the nature, really have their potential to get developed and become something that they can really thrive in the future. You don't know what they're gonna come out of it. So I'm supporting the Bear Creek. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. I have a second card from William Stout. There isn't a second William Stout here, is there? So that was just submitted twice. Okay. It is a different handwriting, so I had to ask. Ruth Gantley is the next person. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ruth Gantley. I'm from the Santa Cruz Mountains. Okay, sorry, I'm nervous. I want to thank you for your support of horses and the outdoor space. This is particularly personal to me. It's to do with the mental health of kids, especially today, as kids are suffering from anxiety and depression. There's so many kids out there that can't leave their rooms. They're having a hard time at school. And the only way to help them forward is to get them out in the open, get them connecting with horses. I wrote an article for the Mountain Network News about my daughter specifically. And I just wanted to read a little bit. The change that came about in my child when she met the horse for the second time was more significant than anything that I, her doctors or therapists had seen in the previous 5 years. Maybe we'd paved the way for this moment by carrying her with love and support, treating her fears and her hurt and her pain and working through the fears together. But in the meeting with the horse, there was a clear mental and emotional shift. There was no judgment of who she was, no one asking, what are you feeling? My daughter's anxiety, uneasiness, self-doubt, and fear seemed to fall away as she related totally present in the moment with the horse. It was as if they understood each other in a safe space together, fully present, seeing each other without distraction. She was awakened in that moment, and the anxiety and despair left her for the first time in 5 years. Since that time, my daughter has developed a deep connection with this particular horse. It's a connection that I believe is the foundation of her renewed strength and interest in life. She had totally given up on life, and actually it had taken over from her. And now she's actually getting out each Saturday, leaving with this horse and connecting, and it's made a difference. And I see it with other kids too. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, next person is Aria McLeod. McLeod.
Hi, my name is Aria McLeod. I live in San Jose, pretty far away from any horses, but I've always loved horses. Bear Creek Stables allowed me a place to be close to my dream of owning one of my own. I've never had many friends, but because of Bear Creek Stables, I've been able to work with horses and do the things I love. Working with horses helped me grow as a person, make new friends, and learn how to navigate new environments.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that is it. Yes, we heard from Lisa McLeod, right? Oh. Did we? Oh, no. Okay. Well, thanks. So please come up.
Hi, I'm speaking in support of the Friends of Bear Creek Stables. Both of my kids, Aria, you just heard from, and my son went to mountain school and had teacher Jane. And I couldn't be more grateful for the opportunity to have my kids have that chance to learn and grow and be outdoors and connect with nature, connect with the horses, the baby goats. My son and daughter both got to be there to just love the goats and be excited and get to play in this area that was so amazing and make that connection with the horses that for Aria especially is a lifelong thing. And we couldn't be more grateful to have these opportunities that we couldn't give our kids. We don't, we don't come from a lot of money. We don't have that opportunity in most places, and Bear Creek Stables gave us a place that felt like home. And I just want to be able to give that for more kids. My kids are growing and my youngest is now 12, but those memories that they have of that place, when Aria was little, when she was maybe like 6, she was there and it was raining and we went under a little shelter and she sat there and was so excited. And she was like, I'm going to build my house right here and be with the horses and the rain. And she just loved being outdoors, and more now than ever when their lives are dominated by technology and AI and everything else. community, building a place where everybody can come together and work with each other and see each other face to face and get their hands dirty and make those connections with animals. That's what we need to be doing as much as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe that concludes, is there any?
No, we do have one virtual public
Okay.
comment. That is Rhoda Fry.
Okay.
And if you can please, great, you can go ahead and start, Rhoda.
Thank you. Good evening. I just sent a worried email to the clerk, worried that you wouldn't see me. By the way, I just have known how horses are so transformative, and my heart goes out to the folks who are speaking this evening. But I'm going to be talking about Lehigh as usual. I'm very concerned about the ridgeline at Lehigh. I am appreciative that the district has now shared oversight and supported supervisor Summidian's Don't Chop the Top initiative. Sadly, the ridgeline has been crumbling for decades. We know that it has lost at least 75 feet in some areas since 1972, when the ridgeline protection easement deed was enacted. Fortunately, it has been relatively stable since the district has been monitoring it. However, past performance is not a guarantee of future performance. I am worried that we will lose the ridgeline through willful neglect. Lehigh promised to fill the pit when mining had terminated. It is 3 years overdue. Please encourage the county to enforce the approved 2012 reclamation plan promise to reclaim and stabilize the site in order to preserve our protected ridgeline. Otherwise, all of our efforts will have been for naught. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Rhoda, for coming to speak to us on that. And that concludes public comment. So yes, thank you again, everyone, for coming to speak to us. All right, so we are on to the special orders of the day. The first item is introduction of staff. And who's going to be coming up to do that for Stephanie Gross, I believe.
Minutes. You're done. I can do that. Thank you. Good evening, board. Corey Skinner, Public Affairs Manager. Following a competitive recruitment that yielded several qualified candidates, it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our newest Public Affairs team member, Stephanie Gross, who joined us as Administrative Assistant in mid-May. If you've been keeping score, you'll recognize that this is the 6th Administrative Assistant in my short tenure here. 2 have moved out of the area and 3 have moved on to other positions within Mid-Penn promotions. Stephanie comes to us with a wide range of administrative and customer service experience since 2020. She has served as a senior administrative assistant at Foothill College, helping international students navigate government immigration regulations. She also has experience as an international student advisor, English language teacher in Japan, and as a K-5 after-school program teacher. Stephanie has a bachelor's degree in Japanese language and literature and is currently pursuing an associate's degree in environmental resource management and pollution prevention at De Anza College. She's really excited to be bringing her skills to work for Mid-Penn because she loves hiking and backpacking, and preserving natural spaces is really important to her. In addition to being outdoors, Stephanie's other hobbies include occasional travel, reading, cooking, yoga, and bugging her cat. And with that, I will let Stephanie address.
Okay. Thank you. That was quite an introduction.
I could say, yokoso.
Yokoso. I mean, I'm sorry. Hajime mashite. Wow, it's been a while since. It's nice to meet you all. I think she covered pretty much everything, but I just want to reiterate that I was working with international students from more than 60 countries. And so my job was very global, and I'm really happy to come here and work on more of a local scale with Mid-Penn. As she had mentioned, I like backpacking and camping and being outside. So nature is very important to me. The preservation of nature is very important. So I'm very excited for the program. I'm in at De Anza with the environmental resource management, and I'm so excited to start here. This has been a very interesting first meeting to experience. But yeah, I'm really excited. Thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yes, welcome. Great.
And as you might remember, our administrative assistant handles our info at. So Stephanie will be fabulous at that email. So thank you, board.
Okay, yes, yeah, a big welcome from us all. Great. And second item is a proclamation in recognition of Finance Manager Andrew Taylor.
Good evening, Stefan. Josh Clark. I'm obviously not Andrew Taylor, but he does send his regrets. He could not be here tonight. He is helping out his ailing parents. He had to go up to Napa. However, if you do have time or inclination to say goodbye to him in person, next Tuesday morning, he will be bringing his famous coffee machine at 8 a.m. to make espressos, lattes, a lot of other types of, I don't drink coffee, so a lot of other types as well. Very, very popular among staff. And next Wednesday evening, well, afternoon at about 4:30, we'll convene at State of Mind here in Los Altos to have a pint and say goodbye. And if you haven't signed the book yet, Reggie is guarding the Room to Breathe book. They were collecting signatures and messages for him. So feel free to sign that as well.
Okay, great. And let's see, I just wanted to show the beautiful proclamation that he's going to be getting. I guess I won't read it all, but I guess, yeah, somebody had fun writing this because it talks about Andrew. That although Andrew can be tough, like a dog with a bone, he can also show compassion for those in need and experiencing personal difficulty. Andrew was not bashful about sharing his strong opinion about all sorts of topics, leading you to pull up a chair for an engaging and digressive conversation. And whereas Andrew will forever be known as Midpenn's most beloved barista and wine connoisseur. So, okay, so yes, so please pass on our best wishes for his next steps. And yeah, for his many years of service.
You said he's serving coffee on Tuesday?
Tuesday morning at 8 a.m.
Okay, did that change? I thought you originally said tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Tuesday, 8 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, yes, yeah. Can you send out the new dates to the board? Okay, and and we'll get this later. Okay, great. All right, so now we are on to adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. So we have to do roll call.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Kishimoto,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director McNiven,
Yes.
Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Yeah, let's see, we have a substantial consent calendar item. I assume everyone's had a chance to read all the items. So is there anybody who wishes to pull an item or have any questions or brief comments? Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about two items, the new crossing and the Highway 17 wildlife and trail crossing. And I want to say that I think these are great examples of where Midpenn has to partner because no single agency can achieve the goal. But at the same time, I don't think these projects would be happening without Midpenn's leadership. So I think that's, it's great that we were able to step up and, would thank both the staff and the board for stepping up to take those on. And I think they're really engaging for people like, I speak to a lot of people in the open space and often in places like St. Joseph's Hill and El Sereno, where you can actually see both of these sites. And it's great to hear the way that people become engaged. And, they might just be out there for recreation, but then they get drawn into the totality of the mission. So I really appreciate the attention and leadership on this.
Okay, Director Whitfield, did you have a comment?
I move the consent calendar.
Okay, actually, just before we do that, I did want to share another beautiful proclamation. This is for this item number 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry, number 8,
right.
which is the annual display of the Pride Progress flag. And so this is a proclamation that would be done as part of that. So I'm proud of Midpen for taking this step. And I guess I won't read it except to just to say the resolve that the rainbow flag, which is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for LGBTQ plus people in society, will be raised on June 1st and annually every June, recognizing all LGBTQ residents whose influential and lasting contributions strengthen the vibrancy and diversity of our society. So that is part of what we'll be adopting as a consent calendar. Thank you for people who worked on that.
I'll
Okay,
second the motion.
okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and roll call, please.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Kishimoto,
Yes,
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director McNiven,
Yes.
Director Seer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Yeah, that included, the Elma, the new project, and a lot of very interesting things. Okay, so I think we're ready for the main show of tonight, which is item number 7, public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 budget and 3-year capital improvement and action plan. And I'm sure our CFO, Stefan, take it away.
Good evening, Stefan Jaskulak, CFO. Before we dive into the details, I want to take a quick moment and thank our budget team under the leadership of Rafaela. It's a small but mighty team, but they lead all of us through the budget process. And of course, we're supportive of all the departments. And it's yet another good budget. As we go through the slides, feel free to ask questions on each pertinent slide. That way we stay current with the topics and don't backtrack too much. The general manager's recommendation is to hold a public hearing, that is today, to review the proposed fiscal year 2023-24, FY24 budget and 3-year fiscal year 23-24, 25-26 capital improvement and action plan as recommended by the Action Plan and Budget Committee. That's part 1. Part 2 is direct either general manager to bring the proposed FY24 budget and action plan back for adoption at the next meeting, which is June 14th, 2023, or the Action Plan and Budget Committee to consider proposed changes to the FY24 budget and action plan prior to the general manager bringing the item back to the board of directors for adoption at the June regular meeting. So with that, I will walk you through the process, timeline, priorities. I'll give you an overview, some projections on revenues, operating expenses, budget by fund, personnel growth, and department budgets. After that, I will turn it over to the assistant general managers to walk you through the 4 different programs that we have: the property acquisition, land acquisition, natural resources, public access, and assets. And it says on their controller's report, the controller's report was an attachment to today's report, but the controller is on vacation, so he will do his presentation at the June 14th meeting. I'm sure this slide is a little bit configured a little bit differently, but I know you know the contents pretty well. We start our process in, we start a little bit earlier as staff, but basically with the board on December 6th with retreat number 1, with the environmental scan to update the strategic goals and objectives. Then we start looking at projects and do some resource loading and see how it all fits. I'll come back to you on March 7th. It's board retreat number 2. We had 2 discussions with the ABC meeting, and they were full meetings, full afternoons. Spent a lot of time going through detail. That brings us to today, the public hearing, and it's a little bit grayed out, ABC number 3. That depends on the outcome of this evening. And then we're hoping for adoption on June 14th. This is similar information, a little bit differently configured. It's a cycle project of, budget cycle, strategic planning, action plan development, preparation, and then board review. We added in the blue boxes because the winter storms kind of threw us off a little bit. There's quite a bit of damage, as you know. That happened December, January, then site investigations February through April. And it was deemed that we needed to shift a little bit on certain projects, either delay them or defer them, to make space for storm-related projects, repairs, etc. And that was put back into resource loading. So you'll see a little bit of that in this budget. It's not exactly what we presented to you in March as far as the list of projects, but we try to stay as true to it as possible while still incorporating all the storm damage repairs that was needed. The priorities for FY24, those are divvied up here in the 4 main programs that also correspond to the strategic goals and objectives. So for land conservation, you'll see Cloverdale acquisition. Even though we close pretty soon, that means the real work is going to start too, right? Then we need to absorb it and still have to work on phase 3. Johnson Ranch acquisition is slated for next year, as well as some more South Cowell upland work. Then on natural resources, the priorities are the wildland fire resiliency program, the conservation grazing infrastructure, and wildlife corridors, both the Highway 17 and the new crossings. And then the public access, a lot of work on regional trails, more Highway 17 crossings also for people, and storm damage repairs. And then we have district staff facilities and operations as the 4th program. So at the board retreat, we had a total of 118 items on the roll. 101 of them were the C-UP projects with 17 supporting projects. We moved that forward to the action plan, 124 projects. There were 11 unanticipated storm damage projects added. And that then translates into the budget book, capital improvement and action plan, as well as the department pages. They have the supporting programs, projects. So with the storm damage, we had a reprioritization of criteria. First of all, it's prioritization itself. So significant storm damage, whether it's time sensitive, do we need to do it quickly? Is it in sensitive habitat? Does it impact emergency access routes? And does it obstruct public access? So with that, we looked at potential project deferrals. Both looking at timeline flexibility. Some projects are more flexible than others. Also to see what would or would not impact partnership agreements or any kind of other restrictions. And then what would significantly reduce resource loading hours for any impacted departments. Some departments are more impacted than others. And then as far as the project extension, basically the same criteria as deferral, but portions of a project could still move forward by non-impacted departments or with a reduced effort from impacted departments. So that resulted in the list on the screen right now, as far as projects added, a few of them in Bear Creek Redwoods, including the parking lot culvert. There's other culvert repairs. El Corte de Madera, there's another culvert and bridge. There's ponds at Miramontes Ridge. Also the dam repair and stables in Miramontes Ridge. And then Skyline, there's a There's a road at the inholding. And then Prisma Creek, Redwoods, the ponds again, and Sierra Azul, the Limekiln Trail Slide. And then some scope accelerated is the, or expanded to include storm repairs, the Quam Residence Road repair, the Prisma Creek Road vehicle access, and Prospect Road culvert replacement. So those are all layered into the CUP reprioritization. Wait, there's more. There's some time extensions and scope reductions to make space for this. So we have the ADA barrier removal, structure disposition, bridge replacements. I'm not going to read all of them. There's also carbon storage study, slow down, Iris Ridge restoration, and prescribed fire plan implementation. A few deferrals, about 2, 4, 5 of them. The Kennedy Trail Head parking area, the Fremont Older parking area improvements, RSA road repair, the Science Summit, which is a supporting project, and also any kind of updates to the district CEQA guidelines. And the potential impacts and no changes is the Restoration Forest demonstration project. So let's look at the numbers of the budget itself. We're proposing a total district budget for FY24 of $82.8 million. The general fund is increasing from FY23 by 7%. But the overall budget is decreasing versus FY23 adopted. And the main driver of that is that we paid off 2 debt service obligations. The overall budget without AO work and debt service is a 14% increase. But a big driver of that is the storm damage repair projects. And as you are aware, we are in contact with FEMA to cover a lot of the storm damage repairs. But that money is not included in here as far as revenue goes. We're not at that point yet where we're certain that what we know would be covered or would not be covered to count it in. You know, we have 124 projects, as I said, 13 more, 11 of which are storm damage related. Here we're starting to look a little bit more about the breakdown. On the left side is expenses, on the right side are revenues and other funding. So on the left side, the expenses, we have about 45.5 million in general fund operating, that's 55%. A small sliver of the Hawthorne's fund, about 40,000. Measure AA capital is 12.8 million. And then general fund capital is about 9.8 million, and one-time expenses is 460,000. And then debt service is down, it's now at about 14 million. That combined brings us to a total of 82.8 on the expense side. If we look at the other side of the coin, that's money coming in. Almost 72 million proposed or projected property tax revenues. We are looking for about 7.3, 7.4 in bond reimbursements for Measure AA. 6.4 million in grants, and then 5.4 in other income, and 8 million going to other funding sources. And I'll show you the breakdown of that in the next slide. So total income inflow is projected to 82.9 million, slightly higher, and I'll show you what that means as well. So this is the entire budget broken out by fund. Again, revenue. You see most categories in Fund 10. We have the regular property tax revenues at 66.5. Grants in Fund 10 are at about 1.3. We have interest income that's going up in the rising interest rate environment. It's increasing. It's a healthy 2.25 million. Rental income at about 1.5, and you also see separately El Camino Real. That's the 2 suites that we do have rented out. And there's a Rancho San Antonio agreement, and the miscellaneous. It's always 100,000. It's projected, but usually different. For a total general fund revenue of about 72.5. million. If I stay in the top section and start moving to the right, there's Hawthorne's interest income. Then you see Measure AA, there's quite a bit of grants, that's 4.8 million, as well as interest income. And that is the interest income that is on the bond proceeds while it's waiting to be expended. We invested and gain interest income to help increase the 300 million, basically. There's a little bit of that in, well, there's more grants revenue in general fund. And then the debt service, you also see about 5.5 million. That is the levy, the special levy for Measure AA. So we totaled all up. Those total revenues are 83.7 million. Then other funding sources, that's not external revenue coming in, but it is revenue or a funding source, I should say. You see the bond reimbursements, that's the biggest part, at about 7.4 million. Then we do put some money into reserves, committed reserves. We have future acquisitions of about 2 million. That also includes capital projects, future capital projects, in case we need to augment Measure AA projects or other projects, such as perhaps Highway 17 or other significant projects. But 2 million going into capital maintenance, and that is largely for the radio tower project that's languishing. It's a very complicated project, and rather than budgeting for it right now, that money is being set aside in a reserve so that once we do have contracts and know exactly what it's going to look like, we can pull that money out, which is what that reserve really is intended for to begin with. So that works out well. Unassigned fund balance is projected to go up because we're proposing to actually increase the requirements for the unassigned fund balance to include a ratio based on all general fund operating income rather than just the property tax revenues. And there's one line in there that's general fund transfers, and that's to make it all work, to show the money that funds the general fund capital, Fund 40, as well as the debt service in Fund 50. So those are all the monies available, the 82.9 million. Then on the expense side, we've broken it out in operating at about 41.5 million. There's some labor reimbursement. As you'll remember, that is reimbursing ourselves for any work that crews do on behalf of Measure AA projects. Otherwise, we would have a contractor, so we're reimbursing our crews for that. We have capital and projects. There's projects in Fund 10. There is capital in Fund 30, Measure AA, and also in the general fund. That's a total of 27.7 million. It is a little bit higher for Measure AA capital this year because what we typically don't do is include the acquisition cost of property in our budget. We do it when we have your approval. There's a budget amendment. But in this time, we included the Eberhard purchase in that 12.8 million because it's been approved. We have a closing date or a closing month at least. And it's a pretty straightforward transaction. So we felt safe to include it. And then you also see the two different types of debt service. There's a general fund debt of about 8.8, 8.9 million, as well as the Measure AA debt of 5.3 million, which was covered by the 5.4 million up on top to balance it out. The difference in that is the $148,000 change in fund balance, which will be rolled over for that purpose of paying Measure AA debt next year.
Director Kishimoto, while we're on the slide, may I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Stefan, I think I might have asked you this before, but while we're on this particular slide, as we have experienced a number of kind of climatic events over the last couple of years that are challenging us, and most recently this last winter where we have a lot of unexpected expenses associated with trees down and damage in preserves. Can you talk to me a little bit about the kind of planning that you're doing for the future and perhaps reserves that you're setting aside for that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good question. You'll see the reserve that I have in the other funding sources. It's called committed for capital maintenance. And we're setting aside the 2 million for the radio towers at this point. That we've been growing that reserve quite significantly. There is a slide later on that shows you how much is in there. But that would be for any kind of large repairs, capital repairs, or any other kind of repairs that are significant that we don't absorb in the regular budget year. We are pretty resilient, even with the regular budget year. If it's a diversion of manpower, then that's already baked into our salary cost. If it's external expenses, then we could draw from that. We could also use it, for example, if we need to repave Mount Amanum Road, which they told me the community was a 5.7 mile, 5.5. Thank you. So that's quite a significant stretch of asphalt to repave. So that could come out of that reserve as well. So that's what the intention of that reserve is. I could see, but I won't commit to any kind of date or year even. Maybe a decade, but not anywhere closer than that, to do a reserve study on all of our assets. Several years ago, we implemented a software called CityWorks that Land and Facilities is using, and they're putting all the assets in, all the work orders in, and seeing how it churns as how much need is there for culvert repairs or any other kind of maintenance. So we're building that database for assets as well that way. So one of these days, it's a pretty typical thing with homeowners associations. If you've lived in a community with townhomes or condos, that they have to do that every couple of years and update the assets, the lifespan, when do you expect it to expire, when do you expect to replace it, etc., to salt away money over time so you're not caught with any surprises. Right now, we're just putting money away. I wouldn't call it the best guess, but definitely looking at what do we think we need. We're looking at kind of what assets that we have in the books and steadily grow it to make sure that we're ready for it. And then we'll do that study one of these days and fine tune it and then maintain it going forward.
Okay, yeah, I think my question isn't just about, kind of aging infrastructure and that kind of thing that we're salting money away for. It's just the thought that perhaps, with unexpected and more extreme weather events, that perhaps we do need to consider putting away a bit more money to cover those kinds of costs. So that was kind of where I was going with that question.
Okay. Sorry, I guess I went off, either I missed it or I went off on a tangent. But yeah, no, I mean, so far we've been able to absorb it in our regular expenses, but we're also tapping FEMA to get reimbursed, because this year it is quite significant. Other years it was not as significant, so we're definitely keeping an eye on it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question.
Okay. This is a look at the general fund revenue trend. The big part is the bottom part of the column, the property tax, and you see it steadily increasing, which is what you want to see. Grants is the orange part. It's very large in FY23, but that is because of the Cloverdale acquisition. It's also pretty healthy for FY24. There's interest. It's getting also bigger with the raising interest rates, and then of course rental income and other. That's the yellow one that's all the way in the top. FY23 is also significant because of the sale of 330 Distal. But other than that, it's pretty steady. Bottom line is it keeps going up. Quick look at grant funding. This is just a snapshot for FY24, what we're expecting to reimburse. As you know, when a multi-year grant is approved, it's a very different amount than what we see here. This is just for 1 year. It's a total of about 6.4 million spread out over various grants, both general fund type grants and Measure AA grants. And we have a lot of wildland fire grants. There's IPM grants. There's a study grant for the kangaroo rat habitat. A couple of Highway 17 crossings. So far, the grants team, along with with the departments, have been able to pretty much fund everything for the Highway 17 crossings with grants. And then, of course, the phase 2 trail improvements, that's also pretty much fully grant funded, augmented with some interest income on Measure AA bonds, but we're also expecting 1.4 million of that for FY24. And also some vehicle and equipment purchases also for wildland fire. Oh, and this does not include the approximately 7.5 million for FEMA funding. So we're very optimistic that a huge part, if not all of that, will come our way. Proposed FY24 expenses. This gives you a little bit more of a breakdown of the 82.8 million. I like to put a subtotal in there because those parts above the subtotal are more constant and below the subtotal are more one-time or debt related. So if you look at the general fund, it's increasing by the 7% that I mentioned, about 2.8 million. MAA land capital going up by about 2.4 million. Some of that is the Eberhard acquisition. And then general fund capital is also going up, and a lot of that is storm damage. So the base budget goes up by 14%, up to about 68.1, 68.2 million. The debt service, you see, is last year was significant. We paid off a bond and also the Hunt note. Last year was about 24 million, now it's 14 million, so it's a decrease of 10 million. Pre FY23, it was about 16 million, so it's going down by 2 million, if you will, excluding the one-time payments. And now we have a little bit of one-time expenses left for general fund capital to round out the 82.8 million. This is a different look at it. This is by category. You see salaries and benefits and service and supply. So that's your base operating expenditures, 44.5 million. Salaries and benefits are going up by 6%. Service and supplies by 8%. So average is 7%. You also see the Measure AA capital, general fund capital, also combined. So total capital expenditure of 19.3 million, going up by 15%. And then we have the land and acquisition costs, and that's where you see the Eberhard purchase of 3.4 million layered in there. So total land acquisition, land associated costs about 3.8 million. And then this is where you see the debt service 16 in FY22, and it's now 14 million. So our total budget 82.8. It's in total it's down 1% compared to last year. So. This shows you the 5-year trend of expenses by fund. Of course, FY23 is higher because we have significant acquisitions. It's split up by fund. The bottom, the purple one is, I think that's purple, is general fund. It's steadily increasing. Then Fund 30, Measure AA is variable, but on average, significant. And the top one is the debt service, which is also pretty stable. This is a representation of what we've done with Measure AA so far as spent expenses. It's a little bit of a sawtooth kind of a model, but on average, I think we're looking at about 10 to 12 million per year. Opened several preserves, between Mount Umunham and Bear Creek and La Honda and Ravenswood. So quite a bit of work has been done. And then you see, of course, a large bar at the bottom there, or next to the bottom is including acquisition of Cloverdale, but also still a lot of work on Bear Creek and the stables and Alpine Road, etc. And then for FY24, the projection is 12.8 million, but that includes the purchase that I mentioned, doing more work on Bear Creek Phase 2, and then make improvements to Alpine Road Trail. Question?
Yes, well, since we're on this page, I don't know if you have another page on Measure AA, but
No.
you know, I always, I guess, you know, I'm always asking myself, and I guess I'm asking you is, so so we're at the 1/3 point at Measure AA, and we've spent about 1/3, is that right?
Almost.
Yeah, it's about
Almost.
10 million, out of
Um,
30 million, 300 million out of 300 million.
We've issued 95 million. There might be a slight later as far as spend down,
Yeah,
but that's almost all gone. And by the time all the acquisitions next year, it'll be gone. So we'll go back to the market. So it's almost 1/3. We started in 15 with spending,
mhm,
so we're almost 1/3 in. We're not quite at the 10-year mark yet.
right. Well, so I mean, the question is really to us, the board, is should we be doing kind of more faster? Because it didn't, I mean, more and faster, you know, because obviously every year you do lose, you know, 3 to 6% in inflation, and
Right. Well, that's true, but we're also bringing in a boatload of grant money.
yeah,
A
that
lot.
still,
And
but we
that's, and
could be
that
doing.
helps. It helps
Yes,
a lot, right?
yes, that is good. That's good. Yes,
Um,
hopefully we can make up for it.
The
But,
last bond, the last bond that we issued in 18 is lasting us an extra couple of years because
Yeah.
of the grant money.
Well,
So
and
that helps a lot.
and to do more, of course, we'd have to hire more staff, and it's just kind of ramp up more, but
Yeah, and the FOSM people from Baker Tilly, they are looking at our progress
Mhm.
and
Wow.
basically, because every year we report to the board, there's a couple different ways of looking at how the progress going.
Yeah,
And so far, we've been ahead of the curve. If you make it linear, that is. And we've asked, as part of the RFP and part of the engagement with Baker Tilly, to verify that and to validate that and to see, you know, are you really at approximately where you think you are, or almost 1/3 or 30%, or whichever way you want to look at it.
yeah, and the third, not just in dollars, but of course the list of projects and list of tasks that we set out for ourselves. Yeah.
And the question also came up, Director Riffle asked a question at the committee meeting, like, should we look at how we are doing per portfolio? Does it make sense to all the projects that we're doing, that we're proposing,
Mhm.
in conjunction with the funding available, the size of the projects, the scope,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
because scope creep is always evident as well. I mean,
Right.
we had a presentation on Parisima, and back in 2014, the parking lots were, you flatten them, you rock them, and you go.
Mm.
That's not the way it is anymore, right?
Mhm.
They're different, and that means more expenses,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to paraphrase your question. I hope I did it
No, yes.
justice.
Yes. Okay. Well, and we'll have another chance to talk about it during FOSM, I guess. Yeah.
During FOSM, and we'd like to have more of a conversation based on Director Riffle's question at the board retreat in December.
Right. Yeah. It's a good idea.
Because by then also the new accountability report will be hot off the press. We'll know exactly where we ended June 30 as far
Mhm.
as components of each portfolio, as far as the tasks. Okay, where are we with these?
Right. Right.
In rough 25% increments, but still
Yeah, that would be good.
gives us a good idea.
Director Gleason?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of these opportunities exist, but one place where we might be able to do more is in the area of things like Saratoga to the Skyline, where maybe there's another agency that wants to do something. They might have even moved through, you know, permitting or whatever, but they're blocked on funding. But it might serve the district. So I'm just wondering if there might be other projects like that where some of that money could, you know, could get something to happen in the district faster, even if it's not going directly. I mean, maybe that's not a Measure AA thing, but there might be places where we could advance things, you know, outside of MidPenn's direct scope.
Okay. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
all right. Well,
Good
thank you.
question. Thank you. This is an overview of the debt service for all the bonds that we have. At the top is the general fund bonds with the 12s, well, the 2012s, the 15s, the 16th, and the 17th. I know the 12s look kind of funny because they're all zeros, but they do come back in the late 20s, early 30s or thereabouts. So we keep them on the list. So our total general fund debt is about 8.9 million for FY24, and it's pretty steady, as you can see. Also shows a breakdown of what's principal, what's interest, 5.4 principal, about 3.5 interest. And then the bottom part of this chart is the measured AA bonds. We have the 2015s and the 2018s at about $5.3 million a year debt service. Of course, as we will issue more bonds, that will go up, and then the accompanying levy will also increase. But this is what we have for right now. This is a graphic representation of our general fund debt. You can see how the different pieces of debt stack up. It ends in FY23. I remember before I started refunding bonds, it was actually 42, so we shortened it up by a couple of years. And then this is the measured AA debt, the way it is laid out right now, all the way through 2049. We did a 5-year long-range financial plan. I know our controller does a 30-year, and he has specific assumptions that he puts in. We use his revenue projections, but then we base it based on budget. I know the controller likes to discount it to actual experience of expenditure ratios.
Sure.
But ours gives you a little bit more of a stress test, if you will, and the real crux of it is to make sure that fund balance does not dwindle. And with our 5-year review, and that's in the attachments, it is solid. So I think that's important. This is a slide that I mentioned earlier as far as general fund balance. You see the non-spendable, there's the restricted, the Hawthorne Maintenance Fund, also the pension fund for Parish 115 Trust. We have committed reserves, projected of 55 million, split up over capital maintenance or repair of 11.5, equipment replacement of 4 million, future acquisition and capital projects of about 88.6, 88.7, no, 18.7, sorry. And then we have committed for infrastructure that's growing, proposed to be growing to right now 21.5. Because as you know, we need a coastal office, a full-blown coastal office, and also need to remodel the Skyline office. Now the committed for promissory note, that's the one we paid off. That's the hunt note that's now 0. And then the unassigned, we're proposing to increase that because currently we calculate that minimum requirement based on 30% of general fund property taxes. But with other items like rent and interest income being a larger component, we're going to propose to the board that it be 30% of all revenue for general fund. So that'll increase our cushion. This is the spend down rate for the 2018 bonds. The 15 is already spent down. As you can see, we'll wind up with 104% spent, which means that we're going to be short about 2.3 million on those bond funds. All that it does is indicate that, yes, we'll be done with them, and we need to go to market to issue more bonds to fill up the bank account. And that's to be that is projected every now and then, every 3 or 4 years to do that. Some more information on the budget and the personnel side. The 3% base wage adjustment that was negotiated with FEA and also for the OSM is included in here, as well as step increases where applicable. If you're topped out, you don't get the step increase. If you're not, then you do. There's also increases in pension and also in medical. None of those expenses ever go down. We're also proposing 3 new regular FTEs. In the administrative services business line right now, I have one position that is a senior grants and procurement technician, spending 50% in grants support and 50% in procurement. With the significant addition of more grants, there's years of reporting and tracking and such that is putting a lot more pressure on the grants team. So we need more capacity there. We bring in millions of dollars in grants, but we need to be able to perform on that and report on that and stay on the good side of all the grantors so we can get more. So we'd like to split that position into a full-time grants technician and also full-time procurement technician, because also with more work, there's also more procurement to be done. And then also proposing a additional position called a senior technologist that would be in the IT department. Our IT department has done a phenomenal job of keeping all of us churning and working, especially during COVID. But we did some statistics, and in the last 5 years, the number of devices that team supports doubled. That is a significant increase. Now, some of them are monitors, but there's also a lot of cell phones. There's a lot of iPads out there, a lot more laptops. They're also supporting this building. They're supporting all the equipment that's on the dais here. It's a significant increase, and so we're requesting an additional position for that. And then ahead of the FOSM outcome, also requesting an additional ranger overfill position in the visitor services department, also to make scheduling easier and such. And we're also, as you saw in the attachments, requesting a few more, or planning to add a few more interns. It's a wildly successful program. People really enjoy it. They learn a lot here. They either go on to other agencies to work and do good work, or come back. And we have a lot of people here that were interns at one point and are now either coming back or in leadership positions, etc. Personnel overview on the budget side. These are the numbers that go with it. The FY23 adopted budget totaled out at about 30.8 million. We're proposing to 32.8 million, so it's about a 6% increase, which, if you think about it, combined with the 4% that was granted in November and the 3% for July, that's pretty much in step with that. We have the FOSM headcount tracker approved through FY23, was using 11, and now we're proposing another 3. As you can see, all the business lines, the planning, visitor field services, and finance and administrative services still have additional growth projected, but this is based on the original FOSM, and I would fully expect to see a refreshed slide for that next year. But it falls within the original projections. And then this is my last slide for you before I turn it over to the assistant general managers. And this is the overview of spending by department. And if you think about it, really, this is a function of any other increases on the personnel side, plus how the projects shake out by department. If there are any questions for me before I turn it over for the project programs?
Thank you, Stefan. Yeah, any questions at this point? Sounds like you did a too good a job putting this together.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager. So we're going to go just over a little bit general description before we dive into the program areas. So this is a 7-year trend, total projects by program area. So, quick refresher: land acquisition, public access, natural resource protection. I always like to mention, our natural resource protection includes our fuel management and our ag, a lot of our ag programs as well. So that's kind of a growth program, and then assets and organizational support. And a little bit of up and down, and then you can see some overall growth in programs. Those storm damages mostly went into public access, those I think 11 new projects, but some of them went into natural resources because the impacts were to ponds and water systems. These are our icons for just areas of interest. We did have some discussion about this at ABC, but these are the areas that are not represented by the 4 program areas that the board had asked us in the past to say, we want actual reporting on the projects that fall into each of these areas. So of course, all of these fall into one of the 4 program areas, but we'll highlight them with these icons, particularly in your book. In our presentation tonight, we have about a slide per program, so it's really an opportunity for asking questions on any of the projects. And then this is total projects by area of interest. So again, here are the 3 areas of interest: ag on the bottom, diversity, equity, inclusion, and wildland fire resiliency. I will mention for diversity, equity, inclusion, that includes most of our public access projects, our trails projects, our parking, because that's really where we're looking at increasing the access of the public and making sure that it's accessible to everyone in the community. And then, of course, in particular this year, we have really DEI focused projects with hiring of a consultant for DEI and hiring a new staff member for DEI to really supercharge our work there. All right, and with that, I'll hand it off to Susanna Chen.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, board members. I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager, and I will cover the land acquisition and preservation program. There's total of 12 projects under this program. 11 of them are key projects and 1 reoccurring project. For the reoccurring project, that is a low value land acquisition fund, is to fund those unexpected small land purchases that are under the general manager's approval authority, consistent with our purchasing policies. And that represents 10% of our total key projects. And this year we are requesting about $3.7 million for this program. Typically, the land acquisition cost is not included in the budget because land acquisition usually is still speculative at the time of budget adoptions. Usually we just budget those pre-acquisition costs. But this year it's an exception because the board recently approved the Eberhard purchase, and we are pretty confident that we will be able to close escrow in FY24. Therefore, we are including the purchase cost of that property in our budget request, totaling about $3.7 million. And that represents about 13% of the total capital budgets. I just want to highlight a few projects. The first one is the Eberhard property, and that's about 97 acres of property in unincorporated area of San Mateo County, and the board approved the acquisition
of this property as an addition to our La Honda Creek Preserve. And the acquisitions require an application of land division for one of the parcels. And we are working on that, and we are expecting to complete that process with San Mateo County in FY24 and to complete that acquisition in FY24. As for the South Cal Upland Conservation, you reviewed the Parisima to the Sea project earlier this evening. That is a key property for that project. And the board recently approved the acquisition of the residence property. And we will be closing the escrow for that acquisition before the end of the fiscal year. What that means is that we will be sharing this property with only one private property owners. We always wanted to own the fee title of the upland. And in order to do that, we will have to go through a minor land division process with the county. And then we are working on that, and we're hoping to complete that process in FY24 so we can retain we can get the fee title of the upland portion of this property. As for the Cloverdale Ranch land purchase, and you approved the purchase end of last year, we are working really hard to close escrow for phase 1 and phase 2, and anticipating to close escrow in the next couple of weeks. That will allow us to transfer 5,100 acres of land under public ownership. At the time of close escrow, we will also enter into a purchase option with Peninsula Open Space Trust that will allow us to purchase another about 1,200 acres land that are associated with the Lake Lusum Mutual Water Company. That arrangement will allow us time to work with Post and the shareholder of the water company to address the long-term maintenance issues, as well as those long-term repair issues. So the purchase agreement will allow us to purchase this property, if we choose to, up to 2025. So that is what we'll be working on in FY24. I will pause here to see if you have any questions about this program. So I will turn it over to Brian.
All right, going on to natural resource protection and restoration, and you can see we have a picture of Cloverdale, right? It's Cloverdale, I think, is present in a little bit in almost all the program areas. It's such a big property to take on, and such a fantastic opportunity. I think you've heard in our FYI about how we're going to be working on getting interim public access out on the property. So look forward for the announcements for some public access events out there. But I'm talking about natural resources. So 42 total projects. And, this one, Susanna highlighted a few projects. This one, there's 42 projects. So really, if there's questions about the projects in the book, that's what this opportunity is for. I do want to highlight a few projects out of it. This is 38% of our total key projects. It's 28% of the capital improvement and action plan budget. And the total budget is about $7.7 million. So Las Cruces Creek watershed wildfire resiliency. We were hoping to take folks out on tours at Bear Creek, but the road kind of intervened with that. But, really clear example of some of the work that we've already completed is the old vineyards that were just overgrown with brush and weren't really high value habitat, and also a fire danger. And that was all kind of mowed down. And then over the next 4 years, we'll be restoring that to an oak woodland. Both by just, keeping it, and it's kind of, neat now. There's kind of like a lot of scrawny madrones and oaks kind of growing up there. So we'll protect those and potentially do some more acorn plantings and that sort of thing. But that work will continue. We'll also be moving into Sierra Azul. And this project also got additional funding that you saw, a little bit below $1 million for the district coming next year. And we were awarded additional grant funds for upcoming years as well. Alma Ridge Road, moving in, and we talked a little bit about this at ABC, right? Everyone's frustrated, like, can it move a little bit faster? We are moving into the environmental review stage. We're making great progress. It's probably going to just take its time to get through that process. We're working with a lot of outside agencies, of course, rules and regulations, and it takes time to do the environmental review and then do planning. It's a major highway project. In addition to being a wildlife crossing, we'll get into the trail crossing a little bit later. But that one is just, it's probably going to take its time, but we definitely have heard the board's interest, and we will be working, hard to accelerate it as much as we can. The wildlife passage, same sort of thing, although this one's entering a kind of interesting phase where we've got all the project elements and the elements that would be successful in sustaining the population. And now we're going to be going into discussions with the county about what works for the road. One of the recent things that's come up is the road is, probably needs just repairs of the roadway itself. So we want to hear from the county, what are the county's plans, so that both those things can be incorporated at the same time, and possibly get grant funding for both of them. And if that kind of was the hit a snafu, that might be an opportunity for the board to get involved, politically. But at this point, we're working through that. It's making progress, and we'll see how we can quickly we can move to the next step. So those are some of our big ones. But like I said, there's a lot of projects in the book. So if there's any questions about any of those, we did a deeper dive at ABC. But if there's anything that you want to ask anything in particular about, I'd be happy to do that.
Any questions? Dr. Kirsten Tucker, I guess no hand from you at this point. We have a quick, quite okay. Well, let's see. But maybe just generally, I guess I do see more of the. I think last time we looked at this, I was asking what the status of all the fish passage projects were, and so I do see them kind of beginning to get in the queue, I guess.
Yeah. So, and the Lobetus is probably the most exciting one, and we're not going to be doing work on it next fiscal year, but that's part of the purpose of doing the 3-year planning, so that we can forecast and plan out our work so that we have time. So that is really, even if we're not going to get started on next year, it's excited to see on the list. That's of course getting fish in the right now, the culverts at Highway 1 and at Verde Road are barriers to fish passage. I know the natural resource staff, and I'm certainly very excited about that project when we can get to it.
That's great. And then let's see, is the Lehigh project under natural resources, or?
Yeah, so Lehigh, I believe
Sure, I saw it
it is in here. I'm just wondering if it's a supporting.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't see it in that list, actually.
Oh, yeah, here it is. It's on page 100, and it starts with oversight of Lehigh activities. That's why I missed it the first time through. I was looking for Lehigh first. Maybe we should have put that up front. But yeah, so what we're expecting, although Lehigh had said first that they were going to put their application in for a reclamation plan amendment in April, they first told us. At the county meeting, we were told, they had told the county May. We're reaching the end of that. So that's the next big step that we're looking for. We are reviewing the environmental review for the Permanent Creek restoration, and we be bringing the board a FYI on the kind of district related activities related to Lehigh oversight. In particular, kind of give you a little bit of a look at the initial work that our consultant Cottonshire Associates did with the easement monitoring. And there we have a really good baseline now. We're not looking, and I think we were pretty clear about this in the process with the county and with the board, at going back and enforcing the ridgeline easement, losses that have already happened. We just want to make sure that we're monitoring it so that if there's further loss of the ridgeline, then we can enforce that with the county and Lehigh.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there was that public comment by Rhoda.
Yes, right, exactly. And we actually just, the general manager and myself just recently had a meeting with her, and she's an advocate, and we're on the Lehigh issues. We're on the same page. She's probably more impatient than we are, right, about some things, and just understanding that we tried to share a lot of the process that the county is going through as well for a lot of the evaluation.
Okay, and then the restoration forest project, that's on page 117. So you said, so what is happening there? It's
So one of the big new things is, the adding the property on the south side of Highway 84. I'm drawing a blank on the name of it right now.
Tenitas? No.
No, Woodruff Creek. Thank you, Kirk. So, but all that evaluation has happened. So you guys saw the report on the kind of forestry conditions, the history of the forest, kind of some of the elements that we wanted to work on. So the conservation management unit in Upper La Honda, it's really about some of the road work from the former logging roads. In some of the forested areas in La Honda, we want to look at forestry thinning to accelerate the growth of big trees, but lots of work throughout La Honda to really increase the forest health. So the next step will be moving into the actual development of a plan to do that work.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I've heard that there's kind of a dilemma or a push and pull between, how much road to have for servicing it versus taking out the roads, right?
Well, yeah. So, and this is all the road in that area is nothing that's being actively used, but there is some consideration of if we have to go in and do major work to repair slides and old road failures and drainage that isn't working properly, so it's creating erosion, that it might make sense to just leave an access road in place. That all of that can be maintained. So that is a consideration that's in the conditions report.
Okay, yeah. I mean, at some point, I'd be interested to take a tour of what's happening there, but I don't know if other board members would be. Okay, all right. I don't see any other questions. Did you have a question? No. Okay. Thank you.
I get back to it.
Okay, so I will cover the public access, education, and outreach program. And we have a very robust public access program, the total of 41 projects, 35 key projects, and 6 supporting projects. Just a little bit about the supporting projects. They are those that don't have a budget, but require significant staff time for coordination and delivering the work that's within the scope of that project. That represents 32% of the total key projects And the budget request is about $11.4 million. And that's about 41% of the total capital budget. And I just want to highlight a few projects. And the projects that made it to this slide are those that probably have the highest budget allocations for FY24 within this program. And the first one is Phase 2 trail improvement at Bear Creek Redwoods. The board recently approved a construction project that is part of the Phase 2 trail improvement project. That project implements the vision in the preserve plan to open up about 200 acres of part of the preserve to the public. That includes new trail improvement to existing road and pathway, and also stream bed improvements. So the construction project that I mentioned will cover retaining wall installation, bridge installation, culvert replacement, slide repairs, significant work. It's part of that Phase 2 projects. And our crew also have been working on building the trails, and they've been working on it the last couple of years, and they will do some more work this construction season to complete the work. So a lot of work going into it, and then we'll be actively working on it in fiscal year 24. The next project is Purisima Creek Road vehicle access. And this project is tied to the storm damage repair. Purisima Creek Road is a major access patrol road leading into Purisima Creek Preserve, and it sustains significant damages during storm. And this project, we will be evaluating the long-term viability of keeping this as a road, or maybe just allow it to be a trail width. So we will be doing that kind of analysis, and then we'll implement, after we finish the evaluation, then we will implement the work, and it'll be significant repair work that under this project, it may include potentially replacing 3 bridges. So it's pretty significant projects. And the last one, it's Alpine Road Regional Trail, and you're familiar with this project, and we've been working on it, and we completed it. Part of this project is to create a connection between Padula Valley and Skyline Boulevard. We have completed the upper portion of the work in prior year. This upcoming fiscal year, we'll be doing some work at the lower portion. We'll be doing some retaining wall installations. One thing to mention is that the area that very close to our construction area also sustained some storm damage that caused by recent storms. And as part of our work, we are working with the contractor to see if there's ways to incorporate the repair work as part of their contract. So if it's feasible and if we get reasonable price from the contractor, we may be coming back to you and ask for a change order to include those work as part of the project. So that's just a little heads up to you. So I will pause here to see if you have any questions on the projects in this program.
Questions? Well, let's see. I have a couple of questions. I guess one is the Purisima Creek Road, that one of them that you talked about, the road vehicle access. Wow, and I'm surprised at that.
Yeah,
it's a bit, yeah. So this is kind of rebuilding like that bridge immediately as you enter the preserve on that bridge. Is that right?
I think it's throughout the road, right? And it is significant. And this, I should mention that this is part of our request to FEMA for reimbursement.
Oh, really?
So,
this might be reimbursed.
Yeah, so we're seeking some funding assistance for this project.
Just because you mentioned the bridge right as you come in to the left,
Yeah.
that's a relatively new bridge, and it handled the storms great.
Oh, I
So
see.
that's the bridge that Aaron Abear worked with a
Okay.
contractor to install.
So
So that's the one bridge in the preserve that's in great shape. There's 3 more up the road that are in worse shape. or not.
I see. Okay, wow. All right. So the plan is to do these if we get the FEMA funding, or kind of just regardless?
I think we will proceed with the work. The work is necessary because this is an important access road, right? But we are pretty confident that we will get some reimbursement from FEMA. But it's a lot of work to get through the process, but
Yeah.
we pretty confident.
Okay. And then let's see. Well, and then I'm always interested in that page 159, the Rancho San Antonio. Sorry to ask about this each time, but
Oh, the
oh,
multimodal.
yes, yes. Well, and actually, I was going to point out there's at least in this book there is some misprintings. I guess there's yeah I think the wrong text got put in here, but maybe I think the numbers must be right.
Okay.
Yeah, so you might want to take a look at that. But
Okay.
yeah, so on this one, well, so I don't know, is this a time and place to kind of ask overall how that
How we
access-
doing?
Yeah.
I think we're doing well. We are we're about to bring our work on the shuttle program and the ride hail program to a PNR next month. And it's going to be a very big discussions, a lot of information. And in fact, we're actually trying to schedule that meeting. We may need 2 meetings to get through the information that we will be presenting to the PNR. So so that is the shuttle and ride hail program. And we are, we've been trying to work with City of Cupertino to improve the bike access on Crystal Ray Drive. And it's taking them a while to craft that funding agreement. We wanted to share the costs with them so that they can advance that work faster than their original plan. So, and just today, I actually got the draft funding agreement from City of Cupertino. So, and we can review it and to see if we can move that forward. So, and then we've been working on the parking, priority parking lots, the carpool lots, and we'll be able to, we will continue that for a year. So we'll go through the summer season of this year, and then we can bring some of the lesson learned back to the board for, for your considerations. And then we have already installed the sign, and some of the bike facility improvement has already completed. So we actually working on all the priorities that the board approved, priority strategies that the board approved for us to implement. So we actively working on all of them, and some of them have already completed.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's great news. So like the co-funding amount that's already in this budget, is that right?
It's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
But we don't have the exact cost yet because that is the city's project, and they I think they're
It's an
still in the
estimate,
design
yeah.
phase. Yeah.
Right. And then just overall, because I know that the online, parking availability software and such must be helpful, but do people in the field get the sense that there's less frustration waiting for parking spaces and less queuing?
The dynamic signs definitely is helpful because it provides real-time parking information to our visitors. That is definitely a very welcome add to the park and the preserve, and even our own rangers are relying on some of those informations. So that's very helpful. The carpool lots implementation, it's going okay. So because we see definitely it's being used, but based on the information we have today, it's hard to determine that we are like moving people to be carpool more. At least our data has not shown that yet.
I see. Yeah.
So, and then but we'll continue. It's not yet 1 year yet, and then we are continuing to monitoring and collecting data. And we still I know if the lot still gets full and on those nice days and it gets full really quickly and still frustrations to visit the preserve.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Not a panacea, but a little better. Okay. Well, let's see, I think it might be it. Well, let me see if there's, yes, Dr. Gleason.
Yeah, just to follow up to the Rancho multimodal, do you have any indication if affirming the e-bike access is bringing more people in on bikes or even bikes in general, improving accessibility? Is there any change visible there?
I don't have that information. I don't know if Brian, you have that. If not, we can certainly bring that information back to the board.
Yeah, I would say there's not anecdotal evidence to say that it's affecting things. The biggest pileup of bikes that we had in the past was at Deer Hollow Farm. So they're now better organized because we have more racks out there. But there was always some place to tie your bike to. So that's where people that go all the way through the area that they can ride, stop and park their bikes. So that's where we get most of the bike parking. So that I would say is a good indication that people are using it to get to the hiking as well.
Great, thanks.
Okay, well, I think I don't see any other hands, so we're good then. Okay. All right. Thank you for a very exciting list of projects.
All right, we're getting there. Fourth program, assets and organizational support. So we have this picture, two reasons. I shared the same thing with ABC. One, because it's a snow picture and we always like snow pictures. And then two, we have a brand new, beautiful administrative office. We have a great facility at Christich. The Foothills Field Office is newer and in good shape. Years ago, we took a look at the Skyline office and knew that based on the capacity of the staff that work out of there and the condition of the facility, the office itself is a newer building, but the other facilities are the old ranch buildings that are remaining. So we knew that we had to do some work on that to continue to support our staff working out of that area. So I'm really excited to say that we've reinitiated this project, and we're working on two things at once, kind of looking at what our needs are, and then also trying to predict what type of facility we could develop in the coastal area, looking at where our assets are, like the things that we need to maintain, trails, culverts, projecting how much is going to be on the coast. We're thinking probably still 60, 75% of our work is going to be run out of the Skyline office. So that's how we're thinking about what our needs for the future are. Some of that is optional, right? You can decide what areas are covered out of which office. So some of it will depend on what type of facility, what property we can get on the coast. So jumping into the total projects, 30 total projects, 22 key, 8 supporting. It's 20% of the total key projects. And of course, these are all things that help us do all of the work that we do. Total budget is close to $5 million. It's 18% of the total budget. I talked a little bit about the Coastal Field Office. There's not a project ready to go there. It's really a search for a suitable location. As you know, in our coastal area, there is a lot of restrictions on the types of development we can do, particularly on ag soils, which tend to be flat land, which is usually where you want to build something. And then there are additional restrictions in the state coastal zone as well. So those are challenges that we're working for to look for a place for a coastal office. And then the Sierra Azul Ranger residence. So this, if you're familiar, on Pheasant Road, we have two houses. We used one temporarily as an office. That was never permitted as such. And so fortunately, the timing of moving out to the Christich Campbell office worked really well. And now that house is available to redevelop as a ranger residence. It does need to be permitted as an accessory dwelling unit. You would think if you already had 2 houses that you wouldn't need to permit it, but there weren't permits for that. So we're working on permitting that structure. We'll have to do a little bit of demo on that structure to get it into the size constraints that we're working with, but we'll be moving forward on that. And that's going to be a really important, it'll be our first ranger residence in the south area, which we have the other house is a maintenance supervisor. And then we already talked a little bit about the FOSM, the Financial Operational Sustainability Model, and that's making great progress. We've had a lot of interviews already, a lot of group interviews with different programs throughout the district. Really excited about that setting us up for achieving our mission in the future, looking at those organizational things. So with that, I'll throw it open to any questions in the entire program.
Questions? Yes, Director Holman.
You know, I meant to ask this, and I don't think I did at committee, and it's the Fremont Older Residents Roof Replacement, and like I say, I intended to raise this, but I don't think I did. I've mentioned before this, like I visited there before COVID, so like 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago now, 3+ years ago, let's just say. And this roof replacement isn't expected to take place now until fiscal year 26. And it worries me when I see things like that. We've heard comments before about can we do things faster? But something like this, it's like, you know, we wouldn't any of us let any of our homes' roofs lag like this. Because when I was there 3+ years ago, the roof really needed repair then. So why?
Yeah, so it's not that we've done repairs, but this would be the full replacement of the roof. So we do think that we can get through that time period without damage to the structure, you know, and replace the roof. So that's what we're thinking about is a reasonable time frame to replace the whole roof. Of course, there have been. And that's part of assessing when you need a full roof repair, right? Is we've had to do repairs and we will continue to do repairs as needed if there are any leaks in the roof.
So did it make it through these storms this last winter without leaks inside? Because you could tell on the inside that there was water getting in.
Right. Yeah. So there, I believe, and I don't know if we have anyone tonight that would be able to confirm it, but I believe we did some repairs this winter from leaks that were happening. But we did repairs.
Okay. And is it occupied currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Both houses, the Fremont Older House and then what used to be the pool house is a sublet residence as well.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Any questions? So the Skyline Field office. So 3 years from now, we're still in the design. So that the construction is after that. Then I guess.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, you know, really, this is one of those projects you want to get right. So right now we're kind of in the scoping of the needs phase, but we also want to be careful, right? We don't you know, permitting is going to be an issue with this site. As you remember, the county line runs right through the area. Most of our structures are in Santa Clara County, but you know, some of the development we might do is in San Mateo County, so that complicates things. And we want to make sure that we don't endanger our current operation as we go ahead and proceed with things.
That's right. And I remember there was a big discussion about the need for water fire.
Right. So that was kind of when the project was originally brought up, which, you know, we're going to have the same requirements. It'll just be more expensive because it's years later now. But like any development project, you have to have, you know, usually improve your fire access, and then you have to have improved water. And because our well is great, but the supply rate doesn't replenish the water quick enough to service sprinklers. So that's why the last time we ended up having to really increase our water storage as a permit requirement. Of course, it was never implemented. And we would expect probably running into the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. And then quick question on that Quam Residence Road repair, because we talked about this earlier.
Yep.
So I forget the board direction was
So
go up to a certain amount.
yeah, so 350,000 for construction. So, and it was if the bids come in at that level, then we proceed. If they come in over that, we don't just say no, we come back to the board for consideration for the board to make a decision. Of course, the alternative is to not do the work, let it just be a seasonal access road, and then demolish the building.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, so this is the point in time when you're asking for to go over the 350,000?
No, well, the 350 would be for construction and the total budget is over. There's also money in there for storm damage that we're applying for FEMA as well.
Oh, so you're not at that threshold yet, is that
Right, and we would come back to the board if we go over that threshold.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, any questions? I guess not. So you guys have so I think and is that it, or was there?
Oh, just next steps. So we already went over the schedule. You would decide now if there was any changes that we needed to go back to ABC, and then board adoption on the 14th.
Okay, great. Well, I mean, well, thank you to ABC, of course, for the members are with it.
I'd be happy to make some comments. As
Sure.
chair.
Yes, please.
But did you have a question?
Just to say the ABC did a great job. I
Yes.
tuned into both those
We did
4
this.
hour, 3.
Yeah. Great job is out there. We just
I know.
asked a bunch of questions.
Great job out there.
So thanks. So yeah, the ABC this year was Director Holman and Director Gleason, and I had the privilege of being chair this year. Over 2 meetings, I think we spent probably close to 6 hours going through the budget plus a couple other things. So it was very thorough meetings, really nicely organized by our staff. I think overall, I'll try to speak for the committee, but I'll ask Karen and Craig to chime in. But overall, we were very impressed with the thoroughness, completeness of the work that they did. And I think personally, what I found, as I mentioned, I think this is my 16th or 17th budget that I've seen. And what I was just so impressed with is, number one, how the staff was able to very quickly incorporate the storm damage. And, you know, we had to, as you saw, they had to bump some of the projects, but to kind of almost seamlessly put that in, to kind of get to Director Christine Tucker's question about, so, you know, what do we do about this damage and how do we budget for it? Well, they figured out how to incorporate that. So I'm just very impressed with how they managed to do that. So overall, the committee, after all of our deliberations, we are recommending that the full board approve the general manager's recommendation for the FY24 budget and the 3-year capital improvement and action plan. We feel that given the direction we gave our staff on March 7th, remember when we had our this is what we want you guys to do. We feel what they came back with is exactly what we asked them to do. So we're pleased with that. Our controller, unfortunately, wasn't able to join us this evening, but he was at our committee meetings and voiced his support for this budget. So, because I know a lot of you like to turn to Mike to ask for that. The one thing the committee did bring up is, in addition to the 4 kind of categories of land protection, natural resources, public access, and the kind of the administrative support, is to also maybe provide next year is a lens around how much are we spending, how much are we budgeting by preserve. so that you could kind of, and I'm looking at Karen only because I think that's what your proposal was. You might want to chime in. So that's something that the staff's going to think about, how they can maybe provide that visibility during our next year budget process. So just to wrap up my comments, I just want to thank especially Rafaela and the team. So thank you, very well done. And I also want to thank all the other managers that are back there looking at their watches and pacing, and I want to go home. Thank you for all of your support, because they couldn't do their job without what you all provided. So overall, it just gets better and better every year. This is this is a lot of work, but it's a good budget, and I feel good in recommending that we approve this. So Karen and Craig, any additional comments?
Yeah, one of the other things that we did have discussion about is, and I made Brian's hair curl with this comment, temporarily at least, was about the numbering system and how the and how the budget is organized. So Susanna did a great job when she came to the second of our two meetings. So things were organized by preserve. So we weren't like flipping. Well, thank you for sharing the credit. And that's one of the things I really admire about this staff, is that you're always very eager to include and give credit where it's due. And I appreciate that very much in all of you. But we did talk about having having that kind of organizational structure in the future from the get-go, so that things were organized by preserve, and they were easier to identify, locate, that they were compiled in a more organized fashion. The thing that I really kind of made Brian's hair curl about was talking about a different numbering system. And I think he thought I meant going back and renumbering everything, but I meant actually a numbering system going forward, so that if you wanted to look something up, there would be a logical sequence to do that. So I think the example I gave was, working at ad agencies and design studios and stuff, we'd have, a job number. If the client was Google, it would be GOG dash blah, blah, blah. So in Midpen's case, it could be like Hawthorne or HAWTH dash blah, blah, blah. So if you wanted to look up a project, you could look up that job number, and you could pretty quickly tell, oh, this is a Hawthorne's job. Because right now, not having done this for 17 years, not having that advantage, that's quite an expression you have. But so if I go and I look at 51705, for instance, it doesn't mean anything to me. So
Sorry, my expression was, I thought we addressed this at the meeting, but maybe Stefan, you can bring that up.
Oh, trick mic. It might have made Brian's hair curl, but if I had had any hair, it would have been gone. And
I will not take responsibility for your not having hair.
no, that's in the past. That's a done deal. Currently, aside from the numerical project numbers, the other project numbers are related to the vision plan. That's why it says VP, so we can tie it back to the 54 portfolios of vision plan. And then the Measure AA or Measure AA funded projects that satisfy those criteria. And the numeric ones are basically general fund, non-vision plan projects. Renumbering that would
No,
not
let me be
work.
clear. I wasn't talking about renumbering anything. I was talking
Okay.
about going forward. And that those numbers, just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. So going forward, if it was to use Google as an example, if it was GOG, we'd still retain the funding source. It'd be GOG-13709 or whatever. So you'd still have that funding source identified with a job number, but you could, or the preserve project, whatever, but you'd have both things there, but one would help you go to find the Hawthorne's projects.
Right.
So
Yeah, and we kind of tossed it around, and we can at least put a translation table in there that is by preserve, and that would then point you to the right direction and group them differently, and then page this and page that, and do something like that.
Okay, should
In the
we
interim.
see if there's any comments from? Yeah,
Craig had some comments on that too.
or any other
Yeah,
topic.
just to the point about the organization, I love the way the presentations were organized in the ABC meetings. And it did have to do with that organization by Preserve. I thought that was really helpful, and I think the point that I made was going forward, if we could have that organization in sort of a list or sort of index into just the large set of projects that you're trying to leaf through, it would be very helpful. The other thing I want to say is to echo Director Riffle's comment about the storm damage and the staff pivoting. We saw a really amazing response in the field to get things cleaned up and to get things back open. But in the planning, this could have been a really, really painful thing. And I think a lot of us probably would have expected it to be more painful than it turned out to be. But the way the staff has reprioritized and replanned, it doesn't feel nearly as bad as I would have expected. So I think that's great. And I think, everybody, all our constituents will really appreciate that as well.
Just to wrap a bow on the preserve piece. So I did ask the ABC if they would grant staff the ability to come back to you all in December with our proposal for how to package the information by preserve. It may not be a numbering system. It might be another way to do it, but to still provide the main intent and the main desire is to understand what projects are happening in which preserves. So we'll provide that, but we'll discuss the best way we can do that in a way that doesn't drive staff crazy. Because our numbering system is very sophisticated and it's tied to so many things. So we'll come back to you in December.
And much appreciate that.
Okay, great. So
And just quickly, and just ditto about the storm damage and how staff has adapted to that. Double dipping ditto on that. That's just really amazing.
Director Sear?
Yeah, I was just reflecting back on my early days when the budget was much different and certainly more opaque. And this one is just incredible. And every year it gets more and more refined.
Yeah.
And then to see the response, given the winter's ravages, is just spectacular.
So with those comments, would somebody like to make a motion? Okay.
I'll make a motion. President Kishimoto, I just point out it's a public hearing, but we do
yes,
not have any
Thank you,
public
thank you.
comments for this item.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we will open and close the public hearing. Okay. Yes, Dr. McNiven.
I'll make a motion to support the general manager's recommendation for the budget.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. This motion.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Kishimoto,
Yes.
Director Holman,
Yes.
Director McNiven,
Yes.
Director Sear.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. And thank you to all staff for staying and for all the work that you put in. So well done. Okay. Informational reports, committee reports.
President Kishimoto, can we just confirm that the motion was to go ahead and adopt the budget?
Let me see. It's to bring it back in June 14th, right?
My
And
apologies.
yeah, the second.
Second.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
No third ABC.
No.
Right. Thank you. Okay, were there any committee reports?
Yes, Director Kishimoto, the ag policy ad hoc, excuse me, committee met last week. And we heard a presentation on all the public outreach stakeholder comments that have been received thus far. And I believe staff is moving forward smartly and and efficiently on that. And we're hoping that we'll have a draft policy for everybody to look at this summer.
Okay, very good. Any other committee reports? If not, staff report?
Just a few things. This is Ana Ruiz, General Manager. We had a really great meeting last week with City of Cupertino City Manager Pamela Wu and Mayor Wei, and Director Gleason was with us, as well as Government Affairs Specialist Joshua Hug, and an opportunity to meet and greet and reintroduce Midpen, and also discuss some projects of interest that are specific for Cupertino. And that was very well received, and I'm sure Director Gleason will speak more about that. Brian mentioned we met with Rhoda Fry and a number of citizens around Lehigh, and that was also a good discussion on how we're monitoring the Lehigh work and waiting for the reclamation plan amendment application that should be coming any moment now into the county. This month has been is Mental Health Awareness Month, and I want to thank our Human Resources Department and staff for a number of activities and resources that they have put together for staff, including a series of trainings, talks around stress management and wellness. And so those are continuing. And also there's a lot of discussion around fire services. And we are preparing to submit a comment letter on behalf of Midpen to LAFCO on their countywide fire service review recommendations, and also to Woodside Fire Protection District on their proposed ordinance as well. And we'll CC the board on those.
Okay. If no other staff report, director reports. Yes, the director's here.
I had a notion, and I wondered if we had done this before. This is directed to our legal counsel. Can we dedicate this meeting to Pete? And we didn't do it at the beginning, and I thought,
Yeah,
well, maybe we can tag it on the end.
Oh,
But
we can adjourn in his honor, yes.
yeah, so I'd like to do that. Second point I'd like to do is thank folks for putting the source names on the photos that are used. I just think that's really an important little, especially if you're the one who took the photo, you know, it's nice to see your name in print. And then lastly, a couple of Fridays ago, got a chance to hike Russian Ridge. And by the time, you know, there's probably 50 different varieties of wildflowers, but you have to look between the grasses to find them, because it's not the kind of thing that you see in pictures of, you know, miles of fields of yellow, but there are quite a few up there. It was really a lovely day. So those are the three things that I have. Thank you.
Okay. More down this row. Reports, yes, Director Gleason.
Yeah, so I think most of us, or many, maybe all of us, attended Pete Seaman's service on Monday, and I thought it was a really nice remembrance in a very welcoming environment, and it was great to see everybody there and his friends and family. Also, as the general manager mentioned, I was at the Cupertino meet and greet, and Anna was really super prepared there. She had very, very nice materials to hand out and to speak to. And I felt like they were very interested and liked the presentation.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to miss that meeting. Let me see. So I'm a member of the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee for the Fire Services Study for that LAFCO. And I know, and I'll be chairing it and ongoing, but I'm glad to hear that LAFCO be, that Midpen will be presenting that letter. And so that was on May 15th, and on May 18th, I attended BCDC meeting as well. And I think that is it. So meeting adjourned. Very good meeting. Oh, we are adjourning in former director Pete Siemens' honor. Good evening, everybody.